once again, Rime of the Frostmaiden with the Icewind Trekkers. So, last session, you departed from the Goblin Stronghold, returned home to Bryn Shander, where you began the negotiations, and the Sara-Jane wasn't too impressed that she's having to make deals with goblins, but you managed to secure some sort of deal with her where they would indeed have Goodmead as a new home, but she's a little hesitant to give them weapons and armaments. But the goblins promised that they would still help and assist in any way they can, whether it be defending more caravans or supplying goods that they get from hunting. But there seems to be a tenuous alliance formed, and you headed back to Karkalok to see this negotiation through. On the way, you ran into some vicious aerial predators known as Barritons. That's the one. They tried to maul Barry to death during a frozen lake, and he nearly got his heart ripped out, but managed to teleport away and turn invisible to escape danger. The rest of the party managed to locate and eliminate one of them, at which point the other seemed to take flight and flee the scene. I think with its partner in tow as well. After that, you reached Karkalok, found Ashanti had made great new friends with the Goblin tribe and was making all kinds of fun games for the children to play. Then you started to negotiate the potential for Spellix to leave, but there's still some awkwardness between what's her name, the goblin healer of the tribe, and Spellix. It's obvious she knows who Spellix is, and she's willing to use that as leverage and blackmail to still get what she wants. But in this instance, they did manage to be convinced to let 4 goblins to come help you with this strange crash site, so long as they get some share of the goods. And lo and behold, the first thing they find is 2 giant ballistas sitting on this giant crashed nautiloid, and they called dibs almost as soon as they saw them. And as you walked forward, I think Hulla detected a trap nearby, which was 2 carrion crawlers situated on top of this rock formation. They try to push boulders onto you, but thanks to the detection, you managed to avoid them. And you cut them down to size. What 2 carrion crawlers are doing out here in the middle of the icy tundra is anyone's guess. But you imagine it's something to do with this alien ship lying here. The actual crash site itself, it's something else circling it, patrolling it. It's like underground, and then I think you actually did reveal it. It popped out. He shot a ballista shot at it, and this gigantic aberrant bullet tried to eat Skrapp alive, but he managed to fend it off long enough that it didn't seem to want to tangle with you anymore. It's like seemingly smarter than an average bullet, and retreated for now. And you began to investigate this strange alien vessel. And the middle deck had an open cowl. It's forward facing ballista. It's kind of alien in technology, and you had to figure out how to fire it as well. The central structure looks to be damaged as well, like something is maybe cracked upon impact. And you were just about to hop down into this area, if I recall. So yeah, if you want to drag your tokens down there, you can.
Down the steps.
And we can. Yeah, the goblin said they're gonna hang back and keep an eye on that thing outside. Okay, so yeah, make down into the lower deck.
Right.
Here we go. The door in front of you is kind of fleshy and and squishy. It's like everything is connected by sinew and synapse. Even the strange buttons seem to be almost like little fleshy pimples and such. And as you got closer to this door, I think you can tell it's shaped like a sphincter, basically.
Yeah.
And it looks like the flesh would stretch open, allowing entry. Barry's just warned you there was something on the other side of this. And I guess as you approach, it began to open up.
It opens up on
And
its own? Ooh,
it
okay.
did, yeah. Like when you get close enough, it just sort of detects your presence, as though walking on the fleshy floor seems to spring some sort of reflex within its like senses. And before you is 3 large sets of chains and manacles designed to hold large creatures, and they seem to be busted and broken. Right at the back, there's staircases. Actually, no, you can't quite see them from here. There's another door. So there should be another sphincter-looking door at the back of this chamber, and it's all segmented into like what look to be these kind of holding cells, and 3 of the holding cells are broken. Their chains busted. And there's a curious trio of creatures, I should say. They are small, kind of repulsive-looking purple things that float just above the ground, but it seems like they have to pull themselves across the floor using these oversized face tentacles. And here's a little image for them. Big, wet, void-like eyes looking around. And there's something else stomping at the back that Barry's alerted you to. But you can't quite see. I think it's just out of sight.
I'll
Does
whisper to the
anybody know if
others.
those things are friend or foe?
I have no idea.
I don't want to assume they're foe. Maybe it's just a baby something, but ew.
How is Skrapp reacting to this? Because I remember last time Skrapp realized that one of the sets of the chains was for the bullet outside him, was how they lost their leg.
Okay.
But other than that, I'm not sure if Skrapp is now starting to get like more like fragmented memories together over what these things might be, etc.
Fragmented memories, flashbacks. Yeah, we managed to have a couple last session. This is a moment of recognition for you, Skrapp. Though you remember these perhaps being a little bit smaller still. Maybe they've grown a little bit since then. These guys, you have a quick moment where you remember them sort of hovering around, looking past your chamber, like your pod, and they were curious, almost playful, and they would sort of put their like tentacles up against the glass and sort of try to reach yours, but they were seemingly not the ones who put you in here. You remember they were just sort of hovering around and just sort of bouncing into each other. They didn't look as intelligent as the ones you remember placing you in. You're trying to get an image of what they were, but you only kind of get this silhouette standing before you. But these 3, they seem to just meander around, and even during the crash itself, they seemingly made no attempt to stop you from leaving. But you do remember something, and that was when you were leaving, one person probably didn't survive the impact. You have this flashing memory of someone just collapsed on the ground. Their head hit the side of the ship so hard that their head kind of cracked open. And you remember these little creatures being far more preoccupied with slurping out the open brains of this deceased crewmate.
Yep.
Rather than give chase to you.
So Skrapp goes, well, depends. Have you got a hole in your head so they can slap out your brain?
Is that what they want to do?
That's what they did to
Okay.
something when I was running away from this place. They
Okay,
might
well,
have
I hope
chased
not
after me if
letting
it
them
wasn't
do
for
that
them.
to us. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
These...
how do we...
Ears? Do ears and a mouth count?
I mean... Possibly. Just keep them closed? Maybe? I don't know how you close your ears. But yeah. But
Does
either
Ashanti
way...
pull up her hood and ties it securely under her chin?
Yeah, either way, I suggest caution and weapons at the ready. These things seemed more curious than violent when I was last here, but I don't think they'll hesitate to eat us if they get the chance. They're not the ones in charge, though. I'm pretty sure of that.
But are they gonna let us, like, explore? Do we...
That I don't know.
Hmm.
But there's only... I mean... If... You guys, hold your weapons at the ready, I'll try speaking to them and see what happens.
Can you communicate in images, maybe, as well?
I mean...
Try that if they don't speak a language?
I mean, I've got the Mind Stone, so... that might work. Let's give this a go. Skrapp's gonna take a tentative step forward. Hi there, little guys, or about the same size as me, guys. Hi.
They look around and start making these strange, squishy sounds. Their tentacles seem to undulate, but the rest of their limbs are so weak and feeble, they just sort of hang there limply. They seem to like navigate and interact using just purely their front tentacles. And they do kind of hover over towards you. And they're again making these strange noises. Doesn't sound like a language to you, it just sounds kind of like they're just like drooling or chewing.
Yeah. Skrapp sort of just considers for a moment. The stone wanted to come back here. It wants to be able to be used for reviving something. They don't necessarily know I have the stone, and I don't need to have the stone out, so I'll try to communicate with one of them telepathically using the stone, just like keeping it hidden, just sort of focusing on it and just like, is this better?
I am holding out my hand axe just behind Skrapp in case one of them tries to hurt her. In case one of them attacks.
You just
Even though
you communicate telepathically. All you hear is a squelching sound, though. It doesn't seem like any discernible language to you. It's just sort of...
I think these things might not be intelligent enough to communicate, but Skrapp will project sort of like telepathically focus on the image of basically the group passing by them to go through the next door and see how they react to that.
Okay. And
Ashanti would like to light a torch. Given that they've been in this frozen wasteland forever, they might stay back from fire.
okay.
So, it's just and I'll drop it the second I need to fight, but I'm just thinking that they may not like fire in their faces and will back up for that.
Right. So one of them is sort of wiping a tentacle somewhere near your forehead, Skrapp, and as they come into contact with your metal exterior, it kind of just wipes off and then goes limp away from you. But they're just about to hover near your leg. They seem to notice it and look down to it. And that's when a light from the back seems to illuminate this area. And the ones that were just about to like get close to your leg seem to suddenly back away on seeing the fire. And they do not seem to like it. They seem to just
Okay.
back up.
They recognize the
hide.
leg. Scrap's just gonna go. Let's just try to. Oh god, I can spot that out of the corner of my eye. What the hell is that thing?
You see in the corner there is a lumbering monstrosity made of stitched together parts, probably from goblins. You can see like greenish flesh here and there, dwarves, and there's even some sort of like reindeer hide in there as well. It is an abomination. And it seems to be pushing itself out of this pod, breaking bits of it as it does so, with quite an insane strength. Like it just wrenches a piece of metal and starts thudding, and then comes out into the open here. The other little squiddy things seem to back away as it does so. What do you guys do?
I mean, it's made of stitched together parts. It might have a brain, but I guess, again, I'm gonna just telepathically sort of, try to communicate and just like, hi, we don't mean any harm, we're just trying to get past.
You hear a cacophony of screams within its mind, as well as the bleating of reindeer, like almost like a full herd of them screaming, and it sounds like they're fighting for their own life or having something torturous done to them. And you hear like blood-curdling screams from goblins as well, which you're probably accustomed to after murdering them. And it is absolute pain and agony. And as this thing seems to hear your thoughts and hear your voice, it suddenly lurches forward and brings its arms out almost as if to go to strangle you. And I'm gonna need you guys to roll initiative.
Yep, had a feeling that was coming. Yeah, come on. Dice. One day I'll get good initiative.
Today's
Not
not
bad
that day
at
for
Dex.
me, boy.
Today is not that day.
Better than mine. You'll have to roll for Barry because we didn't have permissions, unless you want to give me temporary permissions.
I could. Why not? Barry. Configure ownership. James. Owner. Save. There you go. Okay.
So,
It is slow and lumbering, and you kind of get the heads up that this thing's coming for you before
yeah.
it gets a chance to do anything.
Okay, so
Barry knew it was there the whole time, so I kind of guess makes sense he's up first.
Yeah. So, going by how Barry typically reacts, and I don't think they've got any spells. Oh no, they do have all their spell slots, so that's good. But, yeah. I guess go for the typical, if it's coming towards us. Do I go for the... Yeah, I'll go for the Eldritch Blast. Damn it, Barry! Did that actually still hit? Oh my god,
It
it
did,
10
yeah.
hits.
Yep,
So
it's slow,
knock it
it's
back
large.
10 feet. Which...
okay.
Will that open the door because it's got something in proximity to it?
It will probably like hit the door, but then open shortly after that, and you hear that
Okay,
kind
there's
of
like another door
sound
beyond
as
it.
it opens. Yeah.
Okay. And then it's also slowed by 10 feet, I guess.
Yeah.
What else can... Because that's what Barry does. Knocks things back and slows them down. Do you have any bonus action stuff? Got Hex, but they don't... I've not really seen them use that. Their Steps of the Fae they use. Telekinetic has to be within 30 feet. Is it within 30 feet? I can make it within 30 feet. So Barry will then because Barry does this to literally everything, even stuff that they probably shouldn't. We'll try to telekinetically shove it back. Oh, wow.
Okay.
So yeah.
Fail.
Yeah. That was a
Must have
surprise
rolled
too.
oh yeah, his DC is 14 because it goes off of his charisma, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so you
So,
push it
yeah,
back another
that-
5 feet and into another sphincter, and then that opens as well.
Yep. So that gives us an idea of, okay, big weird pool thing in the back. Don't like the look of that.
Oh, yeah. Beyond, you see this strange raised pool of liquid, slightly
Okay.
glowing and rippling, and a set of stairs leading up to it.
Right.
More debris and rubble from the crash as well litters the room.
Okay, and that's Barry's turn, 'cause that's their action, bonus action, and a little bit of movement, actually. I'll move them back.
Chris, are you about to tell us to lock the chevrons on this Stardate?
It does look like that. Thank God it's not, but otherwise something bad would probably come through it. But no, this
Okay,
is sort of flat on the ground rather than raised vertically.
So I'm going to turn to Skrapp and say, so friend shape but not friend?
I mean, if you consider something that looks like it's cobbled together from multiple different living creatures as friend-shaped, I might have to check your brain later, but, yeah, not friend. Looked
Okay.
like it was going to strangle. The little thing, still not sure.
Okay, then Ashanti is going to drop the torch and then move forward 5, 10, 15, 20 through the door, and I'm going to say, Andy, help, and take a big swing with the halberd.
Okay. So that would hit. Don't forget to target the enemy as well.
Oh, sorry, you told me that. You've reminded me a million times. I am so
okay.
sorry. Alt.
But yeah, you
Click.
just hold Alt, click, and there
Yep.
you go, and then you can roll to hit. You might as well roll again just to see if you get a crit, but we'll take the damage from the first roll. Ooh, nearly. Okay, so you definitely got it for 10 slashing, right?
But wouldn't that would
Actually-
also add the 2 necrotic, possibly?
No, it is not 5 above the AC. So.
Well, with the advantage, wouldn't it be? Because the 22 is 5 above the AC.
You're right. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so it's in 12. Let me check. There we go. Necrotic damage, you say? Does seem to work. Well, there are bits of guts and gore in it, so when you slash open the stitching, some of it spills out.
Okay.
Okay.
And just with my bonus action, I'm going to rage because I have a feeling it's going to hit back in a second.
So I think you are still raging because
Am I?
you raged the previous fight. You
Okay.
have still got that active from the
Okay.
bullet.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I did or didn't. Okay. Then that's...
So yeah, you've been raging a week. Right, Hulla. 2 weeks in fact.
Okay. Are the other squidling creatures reacting at all to this fight?
Yeah, they do seem to be cowering away from the engagement. Some of them have tried to hide as well, getting squished up between the wall and the pods,
Mm-hmm.
trying to make
Okay.
themselves look as small as possible.
Okay, that is good enough for me. I'm going to move ahead as far as I can so that I'm right next to the creature, and I'm basing my attack on the fact that the squidlings didn't attack us and this thing did. And yeah, I'm gonna take a big ol' swing with the warhammer.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. That hits as well.
And do I do anything? No, I'm not gonna do anything with my bonus. There's not much that I can do, I don't think.
So is this
So
quick question? Is this with Striker or Spiker, or is it just your
this
Warhammer?
is
Isn't it?
just the warhammer, nothing fancy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
this is just a big old flesh
yeah.
thing. I'm not getting fancy.
So there is a heavy thud as it impacts its flesh, and then straight after that, it kind of like goes to turn to you. But there's a ancestral guardian that seems to be almost blocking the way. Skrapp is up next.
Yeah, I'm just... Well... I'm gonna... Out of character, I'm going to regret doing this, but in character, I don't know, so...
Yep. You're gonna regret it, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
The lightning fires into the creature, and it seems to revitalize it. Its eyes go wide, its mouth goes agape, and suddenly it seems as though its flesh stitches back together, plus 8 health.
Well,
And,
that's not great.
What did
Yeah.
you do?
I hit it with what I normally would. Apparently it doesn't work. Didn't know that. Good to know. I'll do something different next time. I don't have a lot of options at the moment.
A little arrow that's stuck into it is zapping it continuously, surging like life with jolting, like flinches. And now I'm kind of like revitalized by this. It goes for 2 heavy slams against Ashanti, all the while making this kind of hideous combination of elk sounds and goblin screams. It's awful. That's gonna hit.
Yep.
And then you're halving that, so takes a little less. You had temporary HP as well. Nice. Okay, the second one crunches down for an almighty 16, but you're weathering the blows pretty well. And yeah, it's all the while going like, moo. It's very bizarre. Let's go to the little squidlings that are just hovering around, not making any attempt to move, but they get a little closer. That's it. There you go. Barry's up.
Barry will not go glad that I didn't go with the other thing that Barry typically goes for, but it made sense not to. We'll again go... What the hell is... Okay.
Harry, try to knock it into the pool.
That was the plan. Then move up a bit so they're within range. That should be close enough, I think. And we'll try another telekinetic, I guess. Wow. Sorry, the fact that that's failed that twice amazes me.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yep, and that is Barry's turn.
Okay, yeah, the creature is skidding across the ground, and it's just backed up against the stairs now. Shanti's up.
So, these steps lead up to the pool, right?
Yeah.
If I charge at it and try to push it into the pool, what kind of a roll would I have to make?
Athletics with advantage.
Okay. I'm going to try that. I'm going to try to
Okay.
charge up and then push it. I've got my halberd both my hands. I'm turning my shoulder, and I'm going to try to ram into it and push it into that pool.
Okay.
All right.
It's staggering around, tries to brace itself though. Got 13.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Oh, you got a 15. You got. Oh, sorry. Wow, yeah, that's a low roll. Unfortunately, you kind of thud into its fleshy form, and it just digs in its heels. And it's also got this upward elevation that's kind of working against you, unfortunately.
Oh, hi Barry. It's a shame nobody can guidance me.
Oh, I can guidance you. Sorry, I'm trying to plan my next move.
Yeah, you can throw guidance on that. You're within reach. That's actually the
Nice.
difference maker. Amazing. All right. Well, yeah, Hulla, give a little tap of inspiration on the way, and Ashanti's shoulder manages to not. It kind of impacts them, but then you're able to lift them up with your strength, and then more like hurling them over and into it. As it falls backwards, there's a splash as this thing sinks into the pool, thrashing around. I'm going to say that it's prone. Inside, you
Hulla.
see a rippling, like
Yeah, I got you.
when you throw a stone into a pool and you see like loads of fish that were like still as could be before, suddenly swimming away and makes those kind of splashing. It's like that. All these unseen little creatures suddenly swimming around and pushing itself away as it breaks the surface. And it would be Hulla's go.
Okay. I'm gonna head in, but I don't want to touch the liquid. So I'm going to I'm gonna throw a sacred flame and see if it has any effect.
Flame.
It's a failure.
It is a failure, and it does seem to burn away a little bit of its flesh, but
Not
it's
doing
no
much.
less or more effective than what you would imagine.
Ashanti, I don't want to go in there. Can you throw a javelin at it maybe next time? Instead of... I don't know what that pink stuff does.
I don't know either, but I'm thinking about going back, getting the torch, tossing an oil flask on it, then tossing the torch and lighting it up.
That works for me. If you've got an extra torch to...
Well, we've got I set the torch down when I charged in here. So, it should
I can run out
still,
and get it. I can run out and get it.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I've got movement. Where is this, by the entrance? Alright, so I'll move back
right
30
there.
feet.
Yeah, that'll be where it is.
Sorry, I'm not on top of Skrapp. Or on top of Barry, rather.
So you pick up the torch. And that's your turn?
That's my as a bonus. Can I throw it to? And I don't want to throw it and break it. I'll say Ashanti. I'll bring it to you if you can hold your turn.
Okay.
Give me a sec.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So,
That's Skrapp then.
so Skrapp can't do a lot at this point because I can't get in close enough for melee, and my only ranged attack I can do at the moment doesn't work. So Skrapp is going to grab the torch off of Hulla and move it up and hand it off to and basically, I guess, ready their action to throw it into the pool once Ashanti's done the oil thing. That
Okay.
seemed good. I think that's what we're going for, right? So, yeah.
Okay. It's gonna get a go before that, of course.
Yeah.
So it does lift itself up, and it's tall enough that it can stand within the pool. And when it does, you see hundreds of little tadpole-like creatures sticking to its flesh with smaller little tentacles and leech-like mouths.
I don't
rings
like
of
the look
teeth.
of those.
And
I
it
don't like
starts
that
to
at all. No.
lift itself out and comes towards Ashanti again. I guess they just mindlessly thump their way into the nearest creature, which
Chris,
would be now.
would it have
Yeah.
enough movement because it would have had 10 foot less movement from Barry's blast? And then it had to use half to stand up.
So it's got like 15 and then 10. Yeah, well, I kind of moved it back 10 from the push.
Yeah.
Just because I wanted it to look like it was in the pool. But I guess if
Yeah,
you want to be
that's
really
fair.
technical, it's technically here.
That's fair.
So
I just thought I'd
it'd
ask
get
the
up
question.
get up using 15, and then it's got 5 foot. So
Yeah.
yeah, I guess it is actually enough. But let's see what it gets. Not gonna hit the first anyway. Seems like it's still a bit wet and slippery. The second one though clocks you with this haymaker, and that's gonna end his go.
Just to let you know, Chris, the Wrath of Khan totally scarred me when I was a teenager. So if one of those little things crawls into Ashanti's ear, I'm gonna have to go have a lie down.
Yeah.
No,
If it's these things, they're not going to go in through your ear.
Well,
Well-
I just needed you to let y'all know that, you know, the
Yeah,
little,
yeah.
If
Your
Brandee
ears will be
eventually
fine.
drops out, we know it's
Yes.
Brandee.
Yep.
Your ears
gonna
will be
have-
fine.
have a lie down, maybe a shot of whiskey.
And when it punches, you do see a great deal of like little tadpoles kind of flick off and land across the ground. I'm gonna skip over to Barry.
Oh, okay. They are not doing
We don't
anything
shoot
then.
it with lightning. We learn not to shoot it with lightning. It makes it stronger and heals it.
Yeah.
Ah, which button? No, I'm kidding. I'll just keep knocking it back. I will hex it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you'd normally use Hex or not. I can't remember.
It depends, but I will hex it for strength. And
Straight.
yeah. And then if this hits,
Like he's going
a
flying
nice
back again.
15 points and knock it back, slow it down.
Yeah.
All right, Ashanti, I want you to make a dexterity saving throw. You'll have advantage. There's a danger sense.
All right.
Oh. Whatever I've done, I'm sorry.
Okay, so as the flesh golem is sent flying backwards, all the little tadpoles gripping onto it kind of like fly up and into the air and land all around you, Ashanti, and several of them land onto your armor, but you kind of quickly flick them off your shoulder before they can crawl their way up your neck.
I'm going to have to tell you that in the real world, I'd be jumping up and down, shouting, kill it, kill it, kill it, while trying to stomp the damn things. I'm going to let you know.
Well, it's your turn again, Ashanti. Better move before these things do get
Okay, I
up anywhere near
am
that.
going to reach back into and grab a flask of oil, and then I am throwing the flask of oil at the flesh goblin, and then so that we can then Skrapp or I, depending on whether I can throw the torch, can throw the torch at it and set the damn thing on fire.
Okay.
Yeah, I've readied my action to throw the torch, so
That is going to be I'm going to have it just make a dex save then.
Okay.
And see if it avoids that. I'm pretty sure there's a way to work out the DC on this.
It's normally like 8 plus your modifier plus your score, which would be strength, I guess.
Yeah, so 6 plus 8 is 14. It's just barely
Yeah.
a fail. Which you throw it with such force, bang, the oil explodes, falls all over it, and just grab your held action goes off.
Yep. Yeah, so
You're just tossing it into the pool, yeah?
I'm basically at the creatures because it's now covered in oil.
Okay. Tell you what then, just roll me a strength check. It's an improvised weapon, so it
Yeah.
is strength.
Okay, strength it is, and depending on how this does, I may use my can I do this on this sort of check? That's actually a really good point. I mean, because it's a strength check, but it's an attack.
It's an attack roll. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
an attack roll that
so-
uses strength. What
Yeah,
can
so-
you use that feature on?
Strength checks or strength saves. So it wouldn't
Okay.
apply.
I'll allow it though.
Okay,
If you
so
wanted to do extra.
yeah, so it adds an extra 4 on because it basically uses my int. So
Okay. All right. So you can roll a d4,
oh yeah,
and then
for the
also
damage.
after that, also
Nice.
roll a d6 as well. So 4 bludgeoning damage as the the torch hits it square in the head, and then immediately sets it on alight. And the oil is being spread thanks to the water, kind of like all over it. And so it's coating its body in fire. And now, immediately after that, it goes into like this flailing, just chaotic scramble as it tries to pat it out. And it definitely seems to have some sort of aversion to fire here.
Okay, that's
Okay.
interesting to know.
Okay, it is Hulla's go.
Okay. Well, my plan of running back seems to have been pointless, so I'll run back up. And I can't get close to it this time. You can get to it there. Yeah, it's gonna
Torch
be
effectively,
a
then.
sacred flame.
Oh, nice.
Hopefully it fails its turn. That's a failure.
Does fail. And it's at this point you see it is losing its ability to kind of swing its arms properly. The stitching is coming loose. Limbs are kind of looking disjointed. Flesh is melting away.
Why did
Okay.
it roll at advantage?
Must have something that makes it resistant, I guess.
Yes. It does have that. Not that you can see that very well. It's like not obvious, but I guess its constructed like form means that it's sort of hard to hit in terms of magical things. Like you're more used to hitting creatures with the sacred flame as opposed to like objects, right? And this thing is like half an object, half a creature. Yeah, and obviously it's been built by these alien-like creatures. You might see some scraps of alien-like flesh attached to it, some purplish patches, which seem to be almost bouncing back the sacred flame, but it's flailing around so much that it does seem to catch anyway. Alright, Skrapp is up.
Skrapp just sort of looks at it, looks at the little tadpoles on the floor, so just stares at them for a moment, and then goes, I really don't like the look of those things, and I can't do much on this thing, so I'm just going to keep an eye on these guys back here. Actually, I'm going to go open one of the other doors and see what's through the door, just because I can't get near the thing. So I'm just going to open this door and... Oh, there's...
There is a strange little sphincter thing on the floor by the looks. Otherwise, there's not much in this chamber.
Yep. Yeah. I'm
well,
gonna ready my action
let's-
to stab this thing with the dagger if it comes to attack me.
Okay. It is back to the goblin. Fresh goblin runs forwards, and I guess at this point it's flailing around so much it's got disadvantage on all of its attacks. So let's see if anything hits. That's not connecting. Nope. Okay. And another one. Oops. That's supposed to be disadvantage. But I think a
Anyway.
16 would still hit you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage, reduced to 6. And yeah, it's still a dangerous threat, you can see, but it's definitely having trouble flailing around with all these flaming tadpoles as well. I'm going to say at this point, you probably burn all the tadpoles on it. You can hear these tiny little screeching, squelching sounds as all of them sizzle and pop. Okay. That is back to Barry.
I guess I'll knock it further into the pool.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to put out the fire.
Oh. Do you want me to drag it out of the pool then?
Please don't pull it on top of me.
Maybe try to just knock it to the side, so...
Yeah, I could try and... I will pull it one square closer to here then.
I mean, it's here at the
You can
moment.
try.
What is... What?
Yeah, it's here at the moment.
On my screen it's here.
It's here.
Okay. I will Eldritch Blast it backwards then. And then telekinetically pull it
Into the
forwards. I don't know. I'm seeing different things on my screen, and I've already reloaded.
You could you just Eldritch Blast it, but not push it back? You don't have to push it, right?
That's true. That's
Right.
true. Sorry. I'm just a bit confused because my screen's showing different to what you guys have got.
It's because you joined as we were mid-combat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, and then I'll
Time.
tell it. That would be a D6 on top as well. An extra 5.
Even your Eldritch Blast thinks it's still here, because I saw
Yeah.
where the animation went.
Yeah. So I'll slow it down, I guess. I don't know what that'll do, but I'll try and telekinetically push it back. So.
Okay.
Oh, that was
Time
almost a
succeeds.
4.
Yeah. It only works when Skrapp uses it, or anyone
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
Does
Does it get Does it get disadvantage with Hex or
No, that's only on checks,
No.
not saving throws.
such a weird Hex thing? Because checks are just so scarce.
Well,
in
if
D&D.
you would like to put one of these tadpoles inside your head, become an aberrant mind sorcerer, then you'd be able to use Hex to give them disadvantage on the save.
That sounds
So
like a
that-
horrible
that-
idea.
Okay, well, I'm
Yes.
just saying that option is there. But
Yes, I agree. As somebody who lives in a state that has leeches in all of our lakes and rivers, ew.
go on then, Ashanti. You might want to kill this thing, finish it off.
I'm gonna say Andy help. Although Andy's a little wary about getting near the flames, but she's gonna distract it. And I'm gonna take my halberd and I'm gonna pull it back and I'm gonna try to impale this thing, get my halberd inside it and twist. All right, come on, baby. Come on. Come on. I don't know why I didn't
There
give
you
me
go.
advantage, but
Oh, because there's no automation set up for Andy's
Okay.
advantage.
So,
That said, though, did manage to get a good solid hit in.
okay. I'm trying to get the stitches undone, which is why I was stabbing in and twisting.
This thing doesn't seem to have much armor, and the stitchings provide little benefit to it. So
Okay.
puncturing probably doesn't really work on this creature, as it's just bare flesh. But
Okay.
it is getting closer to death. You can see more of its midsection is being gutted.
Okay. All right. Then that's. I'm gonna step to the side just a little bit so that I'm not getting out of its range. I just want to. So Barry has a direct shot, and so does Hulla, without me being in their way. So I stabbed it, and tried to turn that, yanked it out, and stepped to the side.
Hulla.
Okay. I'm going to take a step into the space, or just right next to it. And can I strike it without getting hit? Without touching the flames myself?
Yeah.
If I can do that, then I'm going to take another big swing with the warhammer right into the center of its mass, right where all the organs are all
Great
rolling
roll.
out. Big roll, not big damage, but
5 more bludgeoning as you hear a almighty squelch as some sort of alien organ goes pop inside of it.
nice. We're getting there. Little by this thing has a lot more organs than it should, I'm thinking.
And then Skrapp.
Okay, so Scraps can just move around this thing. I'm really not in this. You know what? Screw it, everyone else is having fun stabbing this. Oh god, now I can't see. Why did I lose vision? That was weird. For some reason I was up here.
Oh, I know why.
And then
You went down the stairs, that's why. So yeah, I think you crossed the stairs.
Oh.
There are some stairs there.
Okay.
There you go. You
I
want
was
to
like, where am I? Okay, so get to there, and then Skrapp will put using their tail with the little Icewind Trekkers dagger go, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah goes far as you manage to get another stab in its leg. And if it
I
was-
lost one of my legs
real-
here, you're gonna lose yours.
It just lets like a low, dull moan out. It doesn't sound like it's in pain. Just sounds like it's tired of this world. I'm gonna say though, it's low on hit points. You want to roll me another d6 as it's on fire. It is also going to have to see if it goes berserk.
I don't like the idea of it going berserk. I didn't know that was a thing.
No, it does not. Okay. Though, it doesn't really matter that too much in this instance. Though, it would normally roll, just to attack its creator or something. Let's see, there's 4 creatures within range of it, so... I'm gonna roll a d4.
But it has
being 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Andy being 4. Okay, looks like it's still going for Ashanti. But it does disadvantage anyway, so...
Yeah.
It's good to be got a big tank from the front line to weather all these blows. That one, yeah. Okay, it is falling apart, crumbling at the seams. That said, now that it's kind of like bloodied, you see sections of its head and skull has also kind of come apart, like cracked from warhammer blows and slices, and the fire is melting the flesh off. And you see there is a section where the cranium has been like surgically extracted and the brain has been like popped in. And as the flames begin to coalesce around it, I need everyone to give me a intelligence saving throw, except nope, Barry's in range, as it lets out this strange cacophonous screams of elk and goblin.
Intelligence?
Yes.
Why intelligence?
No.
Intelligence because.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh
The
God.
intelligence party. No. Okay, so it's not as bad as you feel, as you think. Ashanti and Barry, I'm afraid, take 3 points of psychic damage as it lets out this horrible screaming sound that seems to like really disorientate and dig into your mind. And then
Oh, lost that.
concentration check fails. Oh, there goes Hex. And the other part of this is you're so disorientated from the screams, you are also stunned. Where's the stun condition?
Uh-oh.
Oh, there it is. You would have lost that anyway, I'm afraid. Stunned. While stunned, you are incapacitated, which means you lose rage, I'm afraid. And that is going to be its turn. Barry is stunned. Ashanti is stunned. And then it's back to Hulla.
You got this.
Okay. You're no longer stunned. Just for a brief turn, it was like this horrible screaming. But it's back to you, Hulla.
All right. Same thing again. That
For
was
my
an
turn,
awful-
though, Can Andy move back over near me?
Yes, they can.
Okay. All right. Here.
Okay, now
Sorry, Hella.
Spiker and Striker is that 2 turns or 1 turn that I can do them?
You can do 2 attacks because they're
attacks in
both
the same
considered
turn.
light weapons. Yeah.
Okay. So let's try a different approach then.
Okay.
Okay, Spiker hits. Striker, come on.
Yep, just barely. And that's also a hit,
Excellent.
which means
Yay!
you
Oh,
get to
bigger
add
damage.
some extra damage here. So the way it works, when you hit a target with Spiker, the dagger, you can choose to leave the weapon inside the creature. First time you hit it with Striker, the damage, the dagger is hammered into it and takes an extra D12 piercing damage. So you can
Nice.
roll that.
I did not realize it was that much. Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's the 1-2 punch.
The one-
And that's a lot of damage.
Yes!
Oh boy.
Oh,
How?
Hella, you're doing
29
great.
damage in a turn.
Yeah, from a cleric.
I'm a cleric.
I-
Not using
I just-
magic.
Why have I not been using it this entire time? I thought it was 2 turns to take. That's why.
I think there
but
is-
even so, even if it was, that's unbelievable damage.
I think there is slightly bit more damage than it would be doing right now. I think the only thing it doesn't add is your strength to the offhand because you don't have 2 weapon fighting. So you do only 3 less damage than the total there, but it's still a lot. Like, what was that? 21,
26.
20.
instead.
Yeah, 26 damage is a heck of a lot. As you drive the spike further into its flesh, just pierces all the way through, and like you see its chest kind of open up, and just sloughing out of it are just intestines and gunk. All right. Oh yeah, that was good. All right, Skrapp is up.
It's still alive.
Skrapp, go with the
Still
dagger.
Still going.
Still up.
Oh my, Skrapp. Sorry, you just crit it. What?
Yep. I
The
crit it and
Icewind
rolled
Trekkers
minimum
dagger.
damage. Yep.
Nice. Well,
Skrapp
Take
is like,
that.
oh yeah.
I am amazing, die! Because Skrapp still thinks they're the best at everything.
Oh boy, you know what, Skrapp? Just for that, I think it's gonna
Yeah.
turn on you.
Yep, at least there's
It's still on
disadvantage, and I've got
fire.
really high AC.
And roll me another d6 as well.
Die
Still
from the
burning away.
D6.
No, still going. All right, it hasn't got. Oh, it's no, it does still have disadvantage.
Yep. 'Cause it's on fire.
I don't know if I can hit you then. Ah, well, we'll throw it out anyway. Nope, I've got to roll like 2 12s or higher.
Yep.
It's not gonna happen.
Yep, Scrap's just sort of like, I am better than you in every conceivable way. That's why you can't hit
still
me.
got
Yep.
that strange madness.
I
effect.
don't know how long that lasts, so I'm just
Um,
playing into it.
It will let off another cacophonous. Oh, I need to roll this as well. See if it gets a berserk. Nope. It will let off another strange cacophonous of mine screaming.
No.
I just need. Yeah, Barry. I need everyone to roll another intelligence save. This is awful.
No.
Yeah. It's so close to being finished off, but that's better. That's good as well.
Chris, can you roll that for me? I had to re-roll.
Yeah.
Or reload, sorry.
I would like to
Okay.
boon that, just in case.
Yeah, how this goes when I roll.
Okay. That's better, 17.
I believe everyone succeeded this time. Let me check. Hold on, back. Yeah. Yeah, everyone succeeded. Nice. So you're getting used to this cacophonous of strange alien screams, but it's no less disturbing. And the quicker you kill it, the better you'll be off. You want to go over into the room, Barry? You'll have to go past the stairs and then into the... You want to go into the room like this.
Yeah, no!
Let me get you into the room, please.
It would have been 25 feet to there.
Yeah, you can't go through this part of the wall, I guess.
I didn't realise it was so close. Yeah, blast. Oof.
It's up the doors.
Knock it back 10 feet. So it'll be going in this direction.
Curious.
And then push it. I'm going to try and push it back another 5 feet. And trip. I assume that is this like a lower section, like it's a, or is it same level?
It is sort of same level, but it's like this weird ridged flooring, so it
Yeah,
kind of trips back over it.
And knocking back another 5 feet.
Yeah, trips and falls into the floor, into the kind of like crevice back here.
Is that where you guys wanted him? Not in the pool. One sec.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah, that's 25 feet. Yeah, that's my turn. Sorry.
Ashanti?
Okay, Ashanti's gonna move forward. And I'm gonna say, Andy, help. And big swing with my halberd since the stab didn't work. Alright, I'm gonna re-roll that because Andy should be giving me advantage.
Yep.
I like the first roll better. Never mind.
Yeah, we'll take the first roll.
The fact that 9
still
hits is
going,
kind
though.
of mad.
Mm-hmm.
So, I took my big swing and bonus action. Actually, let me see. How many rages have I done today?
2. No,
I'm
you've
gonna-
done 1, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action rage then. Because I don't trust it not to take another swing at me.
Okay. Hulla?
Okay. Can I get you to move me and do another double attack with Spiker and Striker?
Let's see.
Let's hope they... The reason why it's so
Yeah.
risky is it risks failing, which I think is what happened the last time I tried to use it. But since it worked well this time, let's go for it again.
I mean, with how low this thing's AC is.
Yeah,
That
it's,
definitely
like,
helps.
so easy to hit.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
you drive the spike once again, and obviously once
Well,
you
like,
hit with
yank-
Spiker and drive it
yeah.
through a creature, it teleports back to your hand as well, which is also cool.
Yeah.
And then the second hit will also hit for another D6, and I give it back 3 health. So, 1 second. Why is it doing that? Interesting. Ah. Okay. Well, you're gonna roll a
14.
d12 as well.
Nice,
I
big
think
hit.
I just rolled another 10. Yeah, that will absolutely
Amazing.
obliterate it. How do you want to do this?
I'm gonna scream right in its face the same ways it's been screaming at us, and I'm not gonna do that into the microphone. But yeah,
You use the
just
Mind Stone.
an animal scream of like, "Take this, you bitch."
Yay!
Okay,
Great job,
yeah.
Hulla.
To be fair,
Drilling
you
through
could
its flesh, its body just collapses
I'm
into a
screaming
heap.
in its yeah. Well, I don't.
yeah, you could have screamed into its mind as well using your stone.
Scrap's got it at the
Oh,
moment.
Scraps has it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right,
because
that will
Scrap needed it to navigate here.
absolutely end combat. And no one went down. Which is very
Not
fortunate.
barely at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright,
So, do you guys
That
want
was
to
fun.
take a dip?
no.
No?
No,
Yeah.
I don't know what...
I'm trying to fight off the urge to jump up and down on top of it until it's jelly.
I mean, we could have a
Let the fire keep doing its job.
out of character. We could have a mind flare campaign. Like, who would create a campaign about turning into mind flares?
Turning
Yeah,
into
it's a silly idea.
Yes, a very silly idea. No one would ever do that.
No.
Back in character. All right then.
Alright,
There are little tadpoles kind of crawling across the floor, and you're kind of either tiptoeing around them or crushing them under heel.
I'm just crushing and telekinetically pushing them back.
Scrap is going to basically surgically like stab one through like the head, and then just sort of get out a jar and pull it into for study later.
So
Yeah. Okay.
What?
Interesting.
What do we want to do about the guys in there?
Well, we haven't got brains leaking out of us, so
They
I
didn't
think we'll be
attack
fine.
us, and they ran away from that thing when it appeared. I don't know if that means if they're enemies of us, but they're enemies of it, and it's an enemy of us. So.
Oh, they
transit
might have just been
property.
scared of it, I guess. But
Didn't you say they're like brain eaters?
yes,
think
but
Each
they.
other.
I think they're more like
Seriously.
scavengers.
Yeah, I think we should check each other and make sure nothing got on any of us.
Oh yes. Oh
Yeah.
God. Please check my back for
Yeah.
leeches or tadpole things
What?
or
Mhm.
whatever
Yeah,
those gross
So what
little
happens?
suckers were.
What happens if we leave these guys and then some other unfortunate people come along, or they find some other unfortunate people?
Well, considering this sort of thing, my plan is, if there is one, to find a big red button that destroys the entire thing.
Oh, okay.
Put
Oh,
them in it.
well, that's much better. Like, what if this isn't even their final form? Like, what if
Yeah, like,
these are just younglings? Do they
I mean,
grow any bigger, or do they just stay
they're,
as little?
they're bigger than I remember.
Are they?
So
Yeah,
so yes, they do grow bigger.
but I don't know if they're
They're
now at their maximum size or not.
Oh,
they're still babies, and they're gonna grow into mind flayer things, and maybe we don't want
Ah.
that behind us.
Can I roll to see what I know about mind flares? Because these are sort of like the odd offshoots, but mind flares are like common adventurer knowledge, like bedroom horror stories sort of thing.
As you're pondering this and trying to figure it out, you actually hear something within your mind Skrapp, almost
Oh,
reaching
no.
out to hit your sonic crystal and resonate off of it. And you also hear a clicking sound at the back of your head, like every so often, like click, 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 and it's getting closer. And then once it reaches a certain tempo is when you hear the voice that says, I can tell you all about Mind Flayer.
Hi.
My name is Brandee.
And are you a mind flayer?
Oh yes, very much so. But not your typical kind. I am what happens when metamorphosis can go awry. I was implanted into the brain of a gnome, for example, and created a quasi-magical creature. I'm much like a mind flayer, but I have a different charge.
Okay. So, are you saying you were a gnome, like, and that's why you're different, or are you saying, or was that just an example?
Well, what you see is this creature that comes down the stairs, just slowly hovering. And it very much looks like a mind flayer, except
Oh god, that's
far
horrible.
smaller in size and stature. And in its hand, it also has what looks to be a strange mechanical trigger and a barrel at the end of it, almost like a crossbow, but without the strings.
Guys,
And
if
it's
those are baby mind flare things, there's a toddler here.
Right. I'm communicating with it. Let me try to handle this. So, I'm just going to ask the simple question. These little things, do those grow into full-size mind flayers, or are they sort of at their max size?
they do answer this, but they will answer it in everyone's mind. Now it comes out into the open. You can see it perhaps just saw you as it was coming down the stairs, and as it enters into the main chamber, it looks around and sees the rest of you as well, and creates that psychic connection. These are no threat to you. Rime, get away from the golem. Its brain is not for devouring, it's for studying.
Oh, he's got a stoner brain talking as well.
I think they might just be able to speak telepathically normally. Might be wrong. Either that or they've got an improved version.
And you must be the ones who received our distress signal.
Yes.
That's right. We heard you. We didn't know what it meant. So I hope you're not here to kill us.
Well, I should hope you're not here to kill me either. We are requiring support.
I mean, there's not much that we can do. We're just... I mean, we don't have a ship or anything.
Yeah, I don't think I can lift this.
We can't repair this.
I mean, I'm mostly here to get what I left behind when I left, but from what I understand, you need like an item to repair the ship, right?
Ah, yes. Did you bring the side crystal?
The what now?
At the Stone of Brain Talking?
Yeah, is that the stoner brain talking?
I would assume so. Yes, we brought the strange purple stone that allows me to speak telepathically.
Excellent. we will need to place the petrified Mind Flayer brain inside the new power cell. If you would like to follow me.
I just sort of look at the others and go, oh, I'm just gonna... It gives us way to keep our eyes open as we walk about, I guess.
Y'all, why isn't he mad that we murdered his thing?
Seemingly not. Maybe he can repair it. Maybe we just... I don't know. I'm just gonna...
I don't know.
Maybe.
I'll start walking to follow, but I'll look at Ashanti and Hulla and think towards them. I don't know what we're doing here or if we should be doing this. Because he now thinks he can speak through mind like everybody else. He thinks there's some sort of connection going on. So you guys don't hear that, but he's
You
thinking.
arrived when you did. Our life support systems are running low.
So, what brings what brings you lot to the Icewind Dales? And also, where did you guys come from? Because I'm pretty sure I'm not from the Icewind Dales.
Id Ascendant's charge was to collect specimens for analysis. Me, Vorin, and our other co-captains were sent here on a research mission.
Okay. And I can get on board with research.
Unfortunately, there seems to be some sort of disruption in the system's navigation. And we came colliding into a mountain, crashed down into the snow. Many of the specimens escaped. Thankfully, you have dealt with one that has gone haywire. Containment is important.
Yes, there's another one outside that I kind of want to contain because it ate my leg.
You're like, ooh.
Oh, this way. Up the stairs.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh.
sorry. If a friend of ours was here, he would open every door.
Yeah, yeah, you see there are many doors, all these kind of fleshy sphincters open up into these strange pods, and there doesn't seem to be anything inside these pods as you open up and look around. Looks vacant at the moment, but they look like they would be able to house a creature as big as this, or even yourself.
Mm.
And he begins to hover up another flight of stairs this way.
Sorry, Chris, I've lost everybody. Could you drag me and Andy over there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You might want
Hard to tell what's stairs and what is just ribbing on the walls.
Yeah.
That's why I put little arrows there as well, sort of tell you. These go up or these go down.
I've never realized how disgusting a Nautilus looked.
Nautiloid.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the
Yeah.
while, every step you take is like a squishy, spongy surface. And you see occasionally pulses on the wall, twitching
Yeah,
flesh.
I don't like that you've been calling stuff sphincters and then Hulla just called these ribbings.
I mean, that's technically what they are, because they're the muscle that opens and closes like that. So
I
yeah.
know, it's...
What it feels like.
Would you prefer if we called them orifices?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's better. I maybe a little. No. It's a long way from comfortable.
None of this is comfortable.
I mean, if it helps, the sphincter's probably moist as well, because it's fleshy.
Oh, no.
Oh. The smell must be unbelievable.
Mm.
I see you're admiring our industrious work.
It's a long way from dwarven craft.
It's nothing like anything I've ever seen before. And that's real honest compliment.
Yeah. And Skrapp's just sort of looking at it thoughtfully, just like, huh, can you... I'm gonna ask the question. Can you only make it into, like, these, like, Nautilus, like, tentacly ships, or could you make, like, a fleshy ship into, like, some other kind of shape?
It is possible to construct things out of flesh, though these are built in to our minds. They connect as a hive mind. Our pilot is able to manually and remotely operate the doors and other functions of the ship. It's all one big gooey family.
Okay, so I was just imagining if I could somehow find a way to replicate this kind of technology, which I'm sure I could. I mean, if you guys can do it, I can do it. I make a dragon one.
Oh, a dragon head flying about.
No, a full
Humans
dragon.
are quite adept at adaptation and copying.
I'm
Part of the
sure.
reason why we collected the specimens was to see which species are viable for seromorphosis.
And what is Seramorphosis?
I
For
think it's a
everyone else,
dinosaur.
I obviously know what they are.
I think it's a dinosaur.
That is the process in which we reproduce, proliferate, even. We create more of our kind by adapting your own such bodies to be converted into more mind flayers.
Okay.
It's a wondrous process, much
And
like
is that-
a moth emerging from its cocoon.
And is that what those tadpoles downstairs are for?
Indeed, the tadpoles are what create more of our kind. But not all specimens are viable. In my case, gnomes create a strange quasi-magical combination, possibly due to our origins connecting to fey-like magics.
Okay, but you see why we have a problem with you taking our bodies and turning them into you? Like, that's not good for us. No offense. Do you mean to... Are you gonna take our bodies now? I'm not okay with that.
Our main priority is to return back to the hive mind. We'll be out of your hair as soon as the site crystal is recharging the station. I still need to make some final repairs as well.
But once you're out of our hair, then what will you do?
We will return to the hive mind, of course, report our findings and share our specimens, though the majority of this trip has been largely a failure.
Is
But the strange disturbance that disrupted our navigation, that could well be a discovery in of itself. I believe Vorin can tell me more on that. He's up in the cerebral chamber.
Okay.
Yep.
Are we...
by chance are you a colony that takes volunteer specimens rather than forcefully?
Why yes, we're open to volunteers.
No, I mean like only volunteers.
Sorry, that does not quite compute.
Oh.
What do
Do
you
you
mean?
ask your food if it's voluntary? Does it jump onto the plate and cook itself?
I mean, I did read a book once about someone who had managed to selectively breed a cattle of some kind so that it wanted to be eaten.
Curious.
That's upsetting.
Hmm.
I guess I see your point, but it doesn't mean that if the food isn't intelligent enough to resist it, to know what's going on, then it's not going to, well, fight back?
Though, and I would say that rather than a food situation, considering this involves reproduction, it comes across in a different manner to some species.
Yeah, so I suppose we are getting wires twisted. But now let us focus on the task at hand. This is the console. And he gestures towards a large room. You see, what is it, this description? Its room contains a 5-foot diameter sphere of shiny black metal with small, transparent hexagonal windows. Sharp metal tines resembling grasping claws protrude from nearby walls and ceiling, stretching towards the sphere but stopping just short of it. Along the walls are low-mounted control stations studded with fleshy knobs and dials.
And what's
he
the
begins
big
to hover
sphere?
inside. He looks across to it and turns, hovering. This is the propulsion room. This black sphere contains the charred remains of a fist-sized crystal that can propel our mortaloid across air and space. The cracked crystal imploded during the crash. Thankfully, you've procured a replacement. It
Wait,
is a temporary fix. Oh, no. We did not have any connection to that of this Mayflayer's hive. But it just so happens there was another one nearby. It must have received our distress signal, even in its petrified-like state.
I don't know if this is a good idea, guys.
Let's see what choice we have. We need this. We can't let them stay. Not with those tadpole things. We can't destroy it.
Do you have any idea what the interference was that caused your ship to crash?
They seem to be adjusting a few dials, and the sphere kind of opens up. They pop out the charred one, and then they look to you, and they kind of shake their head.
How
Orin would know more on that. He was in the pilot seat during the crash. He was the one who received this disruption.
how many more lives will we be risking if we let this happen, though?
They said there wasn't anything interesting on this planet. That the
Um,
mission was a failure, right? Did you
so it-
say your mission was a failure? That there's no good specimens here? Is that what I understood?
Largely due to the specimens escaping. We did find one such specimen that was able to be adapted. I believe it is known as a bullet, a land-dwelling subterranean creature.
Yes,
Oh,
yes, we
yeah,
met.
Yeah, ooh, yeah. We
Um,
encountered that. It's
It is
not a good
unfortunate.
candidate. Oh.
We are unable to contain it now. It would be far too much effort to place it back within the pod. we will have to cut our losses and take the data that we have back with us.
So, I'm gonna channel one of our missing companions here. Us helping you fix your ship. What's in it for us?
He thinks on that for a moment and looks around for a moment, and you can feel his connection sort of sever from your mind and reach another's. And then the tentacles kind of like twitch a little bit and then reconnects with yours. I have conferred with Vorin. There is perhaps some sort of reward, as you put it, for helping us.
Okay.
If you're interested in such
what
a
is-
prize,
and
you
what
may
is
follow
that
me
prize?
upstairs,
Sure.
and you may speak with Vorin.
Okay.
Vorin, these are the support. They have brought forth a cypress room and wish to negotiate a reward for its insertion. And you see there is in this room, suspended from the ceiling, a high domed chamber of complex lattice, and they're bioluminescent like jellyfish that seem to be using their glowing tips of their tendrils to form constellations. There is a high-backed chair with short armrests capped with sparkling blue crystal orbs tilted up towards the display. And there is a panel on the starboard wall that lies open, exposing a pulsing tendril of flesh embedded within the crystal shards. And it seems as though this gnome ceramorph knows your approach and has already begun to pull themselves free of these tendrils, and begins to hover up and look around and takes your sights all in. Yeah, I'll drag the rest of you up as well. There you go.
Well,
Okay, so Vorin begins to connect with your minds as well. Brevex has explained the situation. You are the ones holding the Cypress.
yes. We're also the ones who helped contain your strange... I'm gonna call it flesh golem specimen, because that seemed to be what it was. Or what I would call it.
Indeed. I would be careful near that door. There are security measures inside the captain's quarters.
Oh, okay.
That said, if you would like to see a reward, perhaps for your efforts, there are some treasures that we have acquired on our journeys through the plains.
I mean, have a look, I guess. Are we okay to go in? Have you disabled the security measures?
So when he heads in, you see this domed chamber. It's full of clutter. A lot of it's piled on top of fleshy-looking tables. Some of them are broken in. And behind the table is a 5-foot diameter crystal sphere mounted atop a low stand. 5 strange glowing gizmos are attached to this chitinous walls, and 7 feet above the floor is where it seems to reach.
Yeah.
These devices look like the tips of metal wands held in pincer claws. And as they enter in, the 5 gizmos on the wall begin to fire up, and you see the tips lighting with radiant-looking energy. And you see, as soon as you guys enter, they begin to like reorientate themselves and aim towards everyone in the room. And what this Ceramorph, this gnome Ceramorph has to do is effectively sort of discharges like a mental EMP that kind of just disables them for a brief moment, and they all sort of just dim down and lower themselves again.
Okay.
Begins to hover over to the pod, and using his mind, you see just a brief hand sort of hover over it, and it seems to unseal and open up. And inside, you would see 2 magical items that you can roll Arcana checks to identify. Skrapp, or anyone who has got Arcana.
I do
Nice.
not have proficiency.
Got one. Okay.
I want to try, just in case. That's better.
15. Okay.
Guidance.
So
Guidance.
guidance could also help.
I'm not trying because I'm trying to maintain my rage in case we're
Yeah.
attacked. Which is why I'm being so very quiet, because I'm trying to maintain that.
Yeah.
Internal anger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the reason that Skrapp failed so bad is they're distracted because they're looking for something else in this room.
Ah, yes. Of course you are.
I'm looking for stuff that we can have. I'm interested in the loot.
Okay. With
I want to know.
with
I
a
want to get
18?
these people out of here, and I want to get something out of it too.
With an 18, you actually identify a couple of them, though they've been, let's say, repurposed or maybe readapted to better use Mind Flayer's technology. Although actually one of them is just untouched, and that is the Helm of Telepathy. It's probably because they don't need a device like this. They already have telepathy, but it looks like this. It's kind of a mask with an animalistic like face mask and a gemstone in one eye, and then the top of the mask is like, or the helmet rather, is like exposed to show this kind of like brainy texture. And this is clearly a helm of telepathy. You would understand. It allows the user to read others' thoughts, communicate telepathically, much like you've been doing with a Psi Stone, but you can also cast suggestion with this, which is a quite useful little spell, and detect thoughts. So it's more than the Psi Crystal. It's even better. But the other device, that one is like a crystal lens, and it seems to fit over the eye of the Helm of Telepathy, but they appear to be separate magical items. You can see on the right, sorry, on its left eye is like this strange lens. But you notice that's a detachable piece. That's not actually usually on a Helm of Telepathy. It could be something like a device for like studying something or analyzing it.
Oh, identify.
But
I was just gonna say identifying thing, but we already have that as a spell, or Skrapp does.
Yeah.
If Skrapp decides to stay with us, we'll have it as a spell.
yeah, you know what? It kind of reminds you of like a little magnifying glass.
It's probably. I think I know what that is out of character. I'd guess.
Yeah. But they're 2 separate magical items that can work in conjunction with one another.
So
Like
if we help
it's
you,
like a
we get.
microscope attached to your eye. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
So Skrapp just sort of looks around, sort of looks over. So if we help you, we get those 2 things, or are there other things?
I think we are willing to exchange these for the Cypress Crystal. Yes,
What do you-
these are quite useful little items that you might be able to use.
What do you guys think?
I don't think this is a good idea personally, but you know, whatever you guys are into doing.
You have any other suggestions? I don't see how we have a lot of options.
Mm.
This thing is bigger than us. Much bigger.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just missing 607.
You see Dredovex kind of hover off. Vorin stays here.
Can you
Yeah.
guys give us privacy, or do you are you listening on everything that we're saying right now?
So you're speaking aloud anyway, right? Or are you
Yeah.
using
No, I'm
silent? Okay.
I'm saying this out loud. Yeah.
We have regular, ordinary hearing. We can hear what you're saying.
Would you mind giving us a moment to talk this over? It's a big decision to give away something like this.
Of course.
Been with us for so long and so useful.
I will wait outside.
Thank you. That's polite.
Right. So. Yeah. Scrap's
that-
actually just looking about the room whilst this is all going on.
They're really
Do an
polite,
investigation check, Skrapp.
but like, what if we let them go?
Oh, they
And
take
yeah,
the
they might
items
not
with them,
want
actually.
anyone here they've seen so far, but what if, well, these are clearly aliens. What if there's other aliens out there and we're just dooming other beings? Is it fair that it's okay because it's not us?
I mean,
Is that the, in
More
quotations,
immediate.
That
hero
If we give
thing?
them this if we give them this crystal and they start up their whatever it is, how do we know they're gonna let us go? I mean, honestly, they could just start up their ship, take us back, and then suddenly we're Jupiter's newest babies.
Well, yeah, they seem polite enough, but what if their findings aren't so clean and cut as they've been saying? What if it's a case they
Oh,
do want to
my-
come back and grab more of us?
Right.
okay, but
My
and I
grandmother
s-
could seem polite. Right after she scooped out your eyeballs and popped them in the stew pot. No. I don't.
question is, even if we want to do something to stop them, can we? Like, I'm pretty much tapped.
that's my question. As much as I'd love for them to be a big button that says self-destruct in 1 minute, I don't see anything like that, and I don't know what other choice we have. Either if we don't let them take this thing, they're going to take it anyway.
Mm.
And there are others where this thing came from. We can't save everything in the universe. I really don't.
I hate to split the
I
party,
don't.
but maybe we do this, but with some of the people already outside, so at least somebody survives.
Give me an intelligence check, Hulla.
Intelligence is not traditionally.
No, not anyone's forte
Yeah.
in this group, but
But
Scraps.
Mary, just throw it out there.
yeah, there may be more of these.
Ooh, that's a
Mind?
0.
The thing is,
All right, never mind.
whatever we do here, this is on us. Whatever consequences there are is on us, regardless of if there's others. That's the worry.
Okay, but then
But,
so again, how do we stop this thing?
and if we refuse to
Do
hand
we
this
just-
over,
do
what's
we
to
just-
stop them just...
Do we just kill them? Kill everyone here and hope that nothing else comes to look for it? Because that's. I mean, is that all we can do?
Seems like they've been here a while and no one's come look for it so far.
while we're
And to
waiting,
be
do you have spell slots to throw a healing at me, just in case we have to start fighting again?
yeah, to be
Yes, I
fair,
do. And I can help you with that. And
if we did happen to leave with the crystal again, they just told us they've run out of life support. They're on law. If we give them this, then yeah, we're setting off what could be a chain of events. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking this.
what do you mean chain of events?
As I said,
Like-
like
Just
what's to say they don't want to come back when they're all fully healed up, when they've passed on their information? What's to say they don't come back with 3 of these? And if not, what's to say they don't go to other planets? And I mean, this is also weird, the fact that aliens exist right now. But
I'm trying not to think about that.
yeah,
That's a new fact, a new fun fact to be absorbed for later.
yeah.
I mean, one thing worth considering is by handing this back, you're probably going to be able to get a good night's sleep, Ashanti, because you won't have the effect affecting you, probably.
Ashanti?
Hulla, even, sorry. Brain.
Ashola.
Yeah,
Hulla.
yeah.
Apologies, a little bit distracted.
But yeah. What are you looking for anyway? Do you need help?
I'm looking for what I left behind.
Your leg?
Mm.
No, that's in the mouth of that bullet that I'm going to try to kill before we leave, but,
Okay.
So, in here, it does not look like they have kept anything in secret compartments or anything. Everything's pretty much laid out for show and research. And so anything that's on the table is kind of like clearly visible. But you do double check, like looking in maybe the nooks and crannies underneath some debris. But you come up completely sure. You felt sure this was going to be where your blueprint would be, and yet nothing. And maybe that would be something the Illithids would actually be interested in as well. It looks like that would be amongst these devices and salvaged technology, but alas, it's not here.
not here, which means someone else has salvaged it, possibly. Or it's lost forever, which I don't know which annoys me more.
If we do want to, like, not give this crystal over, one of us could go invisible and leave with it.
They seem quite willing to talk and be polite. Actually, Chris, what sort of time of day is it at this point?
Well, let's see. You had a long
Yes,
rest
we-
of the camp, Karkalog, didn't you?
Yeah.
Or did you? No, there was a blizzard. There was an awful blizzard,
We had a
and then you
rest
set
in
out.
Funchander.
Yeah, a lot
Yeah,
of
you had a
people.
rest there. You lost a day because of the awful sleet storm,
Yeah.
and then as soon as that ended, you began to set out. And so I think it's probably later on in the evening. I want to say to get here, it's like 6 hours. And then another.
Yeah.
They,
Yeah, it's probably
they
late.
might
It is probably late.
they might get impatient, but we could ask if they'll give us the night to think about it and rest up, and then we have ourselves fully capable should we decide not to.
Yeah.
Grab, I love you
maybe.
like a friend, but I am not resting anywhere that there are little slimy things that could crawl in me and take over.
Yeah, and if we don't give it to them, well, most people are polite until they don't get what they want.
Yeah, that's sort of
Exactly.
my point. I'm not sure how if these things can talk into your mind, it's likely they can affect your mind in other ways, and no offense to you guys, but your minds aren't that strong.
What do you
That's,
mean?
that's all right. I gotcha.
So if this thing can do some sort of like mental attack, I think we could be screwed. Like, I'll be fine, but you guys, you know.
Still don't know what
So
you mean.
He's
I think he
saying it's a
means that if-
dangerous foe.
If we
Okay.
Yeah.
if we try and fight them, we there's no guarantee we're gonna win this.
yeah,
I-
I
On the other
think
hand,
it's
if
almost
we
guaranteed
don't
we
try and
won't.
fight them, what kind of conscience do we have going forward? Do we just let this happen? I don't.
I mean, you guys might consider yourself heroes, and I know I'm tagging along as part of that, and you give me like the dagger, like as part of being part of the group, but I'm too important to die here, so I would rather not. I have much greater things I can contribute to the world than risking my life against what seems like almost certain death at this point. No offense, I trust like Ashanti's strength like almost as much as I trust my mind, but I mean,
Can
I get. Everyone can roll insight checks as well.
Yeah.
If they say that.
can I be taking this time to be doing magical cunning as well?
Yes.
Because
A
it
minute to
helps.
restore a spell slot.
Yeah,
I want to
Yeah.
roll
Just-
guidance on myself.
just depending on
go.
what we're gonna do here.
18.
So an 18. Yeah, Hulla. Skrapp seemed quite friendly, and
Mm,
you wouldn't say that they were like overly humble or anything, but it definitely seems like Skrapp's taken a turn in the recent few
yeah,
hours. Like
that was
now
that was
they
new
really-
information. That was new information.
yeah, they certainly seem to be hyping themselves up, and she seems really big-headed all of a sudden. Even though they're trying not to be offensive, it does come across as like, wait, what? They think they're better than us? Like,
Well, it was the higher purpose or whatever that I really want to
Yeah.
ask about.
yeah.
does feel like a change in their thoughts. Perhaps, maybe because they've come into contact with this weird mind flare. Maybe it's enhancing their own mind, but it does feel like it's a difference between the Skrapp you met to
Mhm.
now.
Yeah,
He's gained so much confidence.
it's Can you tell
gonna
us
ch-
more about this higher purpose? Because I mean,
I mean,
we're all here for a purpose.
yeah,
we're
I
not-
mean, sure, but I mean, I've got to find my blueprint because my blueprint is capable of changing the world for the better. So, you know. But
blueprint.
yes, it's kind of the culmination of my life's work, and I think, due to that weird trial thing that we did, I've managed to, well, I think, I'm being humble here, I have come up with one of the final pieces to make it work.
Do what exactly?
Well, mass transportation, far greater than wagons, also defense systems. There's quite a lot of things that it'll be capable of doing. It's kind of a revolution in technology. Kind of want
Okay.
to finish it before I go home because my parents will be impressed.
I look at Barry and Ashanti to see what they're making of this.
Well, what?
Like,
I'm still
does this
raging.
resonate? Yeah.
This has gone way over my head. I'm gonna channel my inner 607 and say, I think 607 would say, give it to them, save ourselves, and then figure out how to deal with any complications afterwards.
Honestly, that seems like the smart move. We get some stuff out of it, they bugger off, and if they come back later, we deal with it then. They might not come back, so, you know, constantly worrying about the what ifs. If we worry about the what ifs constantly, then we'll never get anything done.
I hate to be the one to agree with 607 on this one, even if he's not here. But
You don't think
Yeah.
he'd just attack them?
I
No, I think
I
that
think he'd be smart enough to know this is a not a fight that we can survive. We take what we can.
Mm-hmm.
We don't, and we get out of here. And we send them away. Importantly, send them away.
All their nasty little leechy things. Ugh.
I mean, if we...
They said that their expedition here was not a success, which means that this isn't a good place for them, which I'm taking to mean they won't come back. And that might be what we need to do to save this planet.
I mean, hopefully, they could just mean that their expedition wasn't a success because they crashed.
I do need to ask them about that crash, because I'm wondering if it's maybe, you-know-whose influence on the area caused them, like, a disturbance.
I did wonder, but they're from the sky. I mean, how would a weather change matters to their navigation so much? That doesn't make sense.
I mean, strong enough winds can drive a ship off course. Why not something like this? Maybe it throws part of it up. It kind of seems like
the skies.
Yeah, I mean, heck, yeah, maybe that big bird just crashed into the side of it. But not rock.
Yeah, they're not wrong.
Well, Barry, do you want to fight them, and do you think we can fight them? Honestly, not what would we do if we were all powerful, but I mean the four of us right here.
I don't know, but we could say we have a traitor, and whoever leaves invisibly with the crystal. But ultimately, if you guys think this is the way to go, then I'm not happy about it, but I'm not gonna go against it.
I want us to be on the same page.
I don't think this is the page that'll get me closer to going home.
And I finished the book a long while ago, if we're talking about books.
I'm sorry, what book?
I mean, you know, on the same page, so honestly, if pages are thoughts in this case, then I'm probably about 10 pages ahead, if not more.
Oh, that's too much confidence. Can you not just dial it back a little bit?
I
Read
don't
the
know what you
whole
mean.
trilogy
Yeah.
and the graphic novel and the screenplay and the audiobook. Anyways, all right. If you come to a decision,
All right. Maybe we just flip a coin. If we can't make a decision using logic,
I mean,
maybe we make a decision using luck. But Barry,
I mean-
I don't think we're going to get out of here if we don't just give it to them, take what they're offering, and run away to live another day. And I hate saying that. I hate anything that smacks of cowardice. But
It's fine if that's what you guys want to do. It's not the first time we've done something that isn't like the best. It's just another thing to add to the list of not great things we've done.
I'm on a quest to do good in the world. I don't feel great about this either way. This doesn't get me any forward in my quest. This brings me backwards once again.
Yeah.
Gives me even more of a debt to make up.
That's exactly where I am right now. I'm not any closer to going back to my family if I do something like this. Or if I at least agree with anything like this. I don't have the full choice in this, but I'm not also gonna be like, yeah, screw you guys.
okay, well, I think we need to come back to my suggestion of splitting the party up. Barry, Hulla, perhaps y'all go out and wait for us outside, and then Skrapp and I can try to sneak it out. But if we, fail, then we can give it to them and meet y'all outside. And that way, if we fail, then y'all can go wherever you can go to get help or continue on with your quests.
Yeah.
That's all I can think to do right now is, try to save some of us if we're going to do this.
We're gonna save 2 people. It should be Barry and Skrapp. If Skrapp's really got a higher purpose,
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
dying
but
here.
Skrapp's the only one that can give this to them. Skrapp's is the one that's holding it, though.
Scraps can't leave till he gets his blueprints.
I don't think my blueprints are on here. Then, at least they're not in this room. And if they were going to be anywhere, they would be in this room.
Well,
Which means they're somewhere else. Actually, you know what? Before we make a decision on exactly what we want, so our decision is basically just clarifying. We're going to try to get 2 people to leave, whilst 2 stay behind to hand over the stone, essentially.
Yeah.
Or try to hand over the stone, and then that way we make sure that people are off the ship and can potentially catch us if we have to suddenly jump off or something.
well, more to the point where 2 people survive if the other 2 don't.
Yeah. Right, okay, so I've got a couple of questions I want to ask that Vorin thing before we leave. So, if Barry and Hulla want to head off, and then we just hand the stone over once I've asked my questions, then we should be, good. I assume as soon as we hand these over, we'll be fine, because, though I would, if you are going outside, I would probably lean towards the left side of the ship, not the right side, unless you want to fight that thing again, but when there's just 2 of you.
Yeah, not the best.
Okay, well, you have a sonic crystal in your mind, attuned
Yep.
to Skrapp.
Yep.
Could use if you wanted to ask questions.
Yep, so I'm gonna go, hey, Vorin, can you hear me?
Yes. This is the co-world, yes?
Yes, so, I had just a couple of questions, not really to do with the current situation, just before we, continue. I just wanted to ask, intellectual curiosity. The other one said there was some sort of interference, which caused your ship to crash. Do you know more about that? I'm curious as to what that could be, and it might affect me in the future, so I'd like to know about it.
Indeed. Due to our biological construction, the ship is made with a brain in of itself. Synapses that discharge electrical current. If that were to be disrupted by some sort of outside alien transmission, it's possible to disorientate the ship. There was such a pulse of communication. It seemed to be a distress signal in of its own. Ironically, that is what brought us down. Something else calling for help. And in turn, sent us hurtling towards the ground and having to enact our own failsafe and distress signal.
Do you know what this other thing was?
We believe that it was pulsing from deep within the ice. We tried to relocate it by pinging the hail, but it seemed as though the ice was far too thick to get a precise location. But we believe it was somewhere beneath the ragged glacier.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. So there's something else up there that has the capability to interfere with your systems. That's interesting.
Indeed. It was even more advanced than our own.
Yes.
Perhaps it was what pried our telepathic understanding of it.
Okay. Next question. You guys have obviously been here a while. Other than ourselves, has anyone else came by? Like, not necessarily for the ship, but like the surrounding area that you've noticed?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Basically, other than us, has anyone else like come near the ship? Basically, Skrapp's trying to find out who possibly could have taken their blueprint, because it should be here, but obviously someone else has taken it.
I myself have been strapped to the seat, making sure to maintain the distress signal and life support systems. That said, a few curious scavengers have been spotted by Dreadvex on the exterior outskirts of the crash site. Amongst them, we've seen kobold, goblin, and even dwarf. But the creatures that have escaped seem to dissuade them from approaching any closer. That said, your kind when we crashed escaped with a large supply of crates and goods.
Yes.
Perhaps that was lugged through the snow several miles. They may have scavenged that, we do not know. We did not leave the confines of the ship. It's far too dangerous and cold.
Okay, and finally, back on topic, I assume if we hand over this... well, two things. I assume if we hand over this crystal and pull it in the thing, it will sever my connection with it?
Yes, likely after a while you will lose the psionic ability to communicate with it.
Okay.
Take roughly an hour.
That is fine. And I assume by handing it over, we'll get the rewards that you promised, and we'll also just get to leave without you trying to attack us or anything.
Of course. As I've said, we are only here on a research mission. We were not here to fight through any opposition. That said, Dreadvex went outside and spoke with your goblin companions.
Yep.
They requested additional compensation for the crystal.
They want the ballistas, don't they?
Correct. We will at least be willing to part ways with one ballista.
So
But
one
the
ballista.
ammunition stays here.
That is fine. We can probably make our own ammunition, so that should be fine. Okay, and I'm gonna ask the question because my friends here are the heroic types. I'm sure you've met the sort. If we give you the crystal, can you promise you won't return to Icewindale and harm the people here? Or try to convert them into you?
Or Midra, in general.
Or Midra in general. Let's go Midra in general. Like, just consider this a failure and go deal with things elsewhere.
Currently, myself and Dreadvex want to leave Icewindale and return to the stars with which we call home. commune with our swiddling broodmates, and perhaps discuss the new creations or discoveries that we found. We
Okay.
are simply curious creatures.
Yep,
Thus-
I can appreciate that.
Even though we are mind flayer, we have seemingly retained our love of tinkering, blended with the elephant's drive for experimentation and control. With that said, it might be difficult to resist the delightful meeting of new visitors, but we have much to experiment with in the meantime. Very possible we would never return within your lifetime.
Okay, Okay, that's good. I do have one other question. I was on board this ship, as far as I understand, and it's escaped as part of your crash, and you don't want me back, it seems, because you're just keen to get away. Where did you pick me up from?
We picked you up from your home plane, of course. Do you not remember?
No.
Some of the experimentation may have severed memories. That, or you suffered a concussion in the crash. If you would
Okay.
like, we can reconnect your lost memories within one of the cryo chamber pods. See if we can repair those memories of yours.
Tempting, but I'm pretty sure my memory is good enough, or my mind is good enough to repair itself. Could you just tell me the name of, you know that this place is Icewindale. Can you tell me the name of the place where you picked me up?
That is a good question out of game. Do you
Yeah.
know where you are from? Okay. Then...
No.
Wait, you don't?
No, because I don't think we ever decided that. We just decided, Skrapp was from some other plane. I would assume because of, the technological side, but then, my initial thought would be, Eberron, but then Skrapp's sort of technological advancements would seem kind of behind rather than advanced.
Okay.
So, and
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know a lot of the other planes of existence, really. Unless...
They may very well be from a world that is beyond your comprehension.
Yep.
From my or yours, that is out of game. As a person like me, Chris, I don't know a world like that.
Yeah.
So we can either come up with one for now, or I can drop a bombshell and say that you are from a particular kind, which is very much linked to something else.
I'll go for that. That sounds fun.
Oh boy.
Because
Okay,
that
then.
would also
In
be
that
where
case-
Spellix is from, and there would have to be stone giants there, I guess, would be all I know. Because...
Cool. In that case, we are seeding future adventures.
Well, it is tricky. I'm afraid to return to such a plane would be almost impossible at this time. The veiled world only opens its iris under very specific circumstances. But it is a treasure trove of interesting races and technology.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. With that, I can hopefully piece stuff together and, I can, get things ready. Right, I'm just gonna cut off, just finish this discussion with my companions, and I'll be right back with you. Right, so, I just checked with, Vorin. Basically overlays the conversation, but I have a feeling that maybe the crashed floating city might have been calling out to them somehow. Not sure how that's possible, but it's meant to be really advanced, so I can see it over advancing them.
Icelantis.
Yeah, there's been some dwarves nearby who could have taken stuff. I'm
Shield dwarfs.
not sure. They just said dwarves. I'm not sure they know the difference.
Or dwargers nearby.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Either way, I'm okay to some extent with dwarves. They wouldn't get it anyway, but at least they're decent people for the most part.
Wow.
They intend to leave and return to their place, and they think they probably won't come back within our lifetime, so...
Wait, what did you just say before? By dwarves?
I said I said they probably wouldn't be able to understand my blueprints. It's quite complex. Even Spellix struggles, and he's a gnome, and gnomes are really good with technology from my experience, or at least Spellix is. You're very good at making, like, stuff out of, like, blacksmithing and things, and mining, but, you know, the more technical side... At least the dwarf that I know. Not saying all dwarves. Just the ones I know.
Oh,
I mean, you're
okay.
very good at tinkering, which is not something I know your people for, but, you know, I've not met... Well, I've met a few.
He just sort of mumbles to himself like, I have no clue what a blueprint will do for you. But he's looking at his hands because he doesn't know what a blueprint. What? What's a blueprint?
Yeah.
Schematic. I mean, actually, Cellular, you have seen a blueprint. It
What?
was one on the Black Cabin, yeah.
Yeah.
Black cabin.
Yeah, it's what...
The device, the Summer Star.
Oh
Summer
yeah,
Star.
yeah. Oh yeah,
That
never
was a
mind. then.
blueprint. Yeah.
That was a blueprint.
It was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was even on blue paper. But yeah, so they seem to be willing to let us leave. They just want to get home, and then they're probably not going to come back. And then we'll get those items. The goblins will get a ballista, but no ammo. So they'll be happy. Are we good
saves
with
the
that?
group.
You said they wouldn't come back within our lifetimes. That
Yes.
means they might come back later.
Yes, but like you said,
Our grandkids would have to deal with this.
I mean,
Possible.
yes, but you could raise them and train them for that purpose, you know, and by the time these guys come back, it'll be different.
So now you're saying we have to condemn our grandchildren and their children to being mind flayer warriors.
I don't know, I'm not even from this plane of existence, apparently, so, like... and honestly, like, doesn't that sound heroic? Like you're raising the next generation of heroes. Like, that feels like a hero thing.
Yeah, but we're also condemning them to having to fight this impossible enemy.
I mean, they're
There's no-
potentially
the
gonna
problem is
have
there's
to...
no good answers here.
The thing is, even if we did stop these guys, they're part of a hive mind. Like, stopping these guys isn't going to stop future generations potentially having to deal with them. Like, we can only deal with so much. And yes, I get the whole, if we let these guys go and then in the future they do something bad, then we're responsible. But we let 607 go, and they're probably going to do something bad. Are we responsible for his actions?
Well, we didn't let him go. He took off in the night.
We could have chased after him, but then we would have put Ashanti's life at risk. But still, like, at the end of the day, every decision is going to have positive and negative consequences, no matter what you do. At the end of the day, we've got to try to do what is best for the here and now and the immediate future. And here and now, we're not in a state to fight these things. As amazing as I might be, I don't think I can fight these things. Barry, you've got some cool spells, but you burn out quickly. Ashanti, you're really strong, but again, I have a feeling these things are going to attack us mentally, and mentally, none of you are strong enough.
And
Right.
as you mentioned, not strong enough, Barry, you try to go up to the door and the sphincter does not open.
Right.
It stays
They're not
sealed.
going to let us leave till we agree to hand it over.
Tentacle guy. I know you can hear me.
You calling out to them?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Have you come to a decision?
I can't be happy with giving over this thing unless you promise me you won't return.
Like I said to your kobold companion, we are creatures of endless curiosity. There may be something that interests us in the future. A particularly new strain of species or race, but we will be gone for plenty. We have much to discuss and experiment with already.
Well, just
We'll be gone for a long, long time, but we have no immediate plans to return.
just
That's not to
trust
say
me.
we won't.
Just trust me. Like us that you've met, and the many before that you are uninterested in. We're always going to be uninteresting, and you should not come back.
That is a good point. We have actually been unsuccessful with dwarven ceramorphosis, as well as kobold. Skrapp is, of course, still there, still standing, a little bit brain foggy, but otherwise unharmed.
I mean, and
And
then
same goes for Orcish. Orcish does not seem compatible with our higher intellect.
see, there's no interesting races on the whole planet. They're all boring. You should never come back.
Well, the ballet proved interesting, though a little bit violent. Probably too much for a integration into a prosperous society.
You can roll me a persuasion check, Barry.
That's what I'm trying to go for.
Seem to be trying to like dissuade them from anything interesting on this plane of existence. So 13.
I don't have anything to add to that. I've used up my packs.
You've used them up. Okay. So
Barry, can I guidance that? I don't know
you
if there's
you can.
just maybe push it a little higher.
15's good.
15.
Seems better.
Yes, they seem to think to themselves for a little bit. Just sort of, they seem to be going over it themselves. Like, they had some successful ceramorphosis, but the creature you saw was far too violent. Like, they seem to be almost convincing themselves of this fact. But it's less you saying what you are. It's like less your words and more just like planting the seed and having them go off on their own train of thought. That seems to be convincing them. But after a pause,
It would seem most of the species here are dull-minded and uninspired in their technology.
Exactly.
At least here in Icewindale, certainly. But if later species were to develop a more higher state of being, then it might pique our curiosity, but...
Can I hear this?
Perhaps they would discover a Dyson sphere. That would be interesting. We might come back there.
you have no idea what that is.
No. It,
In game, at least.
Barry's just convinced himself that all the races on this planet will continue to be dull.
Yeah.
It's the only way he can
Yep.
be somewhat
Yeah.
happy with this.
They do seem to be like convinced about current races and current species, but they are still saying in their own way that who knows what the future can tell, and you have no idea what a Dyson sphere. It's beyond your comprehension, to the point where it's like, yeah, they're probably never coming back. Really, it's down to Barris's confidence in the human races of this world, whether they would get to a technologically advanced state.
Mm. So
Because
they'll only come.
if you don't have faith in them, then they will probably never return.
So they'll only come back if they invent Hoovers.
Sure, that's what a Dyson sphere is.
Yeah, whatever this Dyson thing is.
That's where they build a cage around the sun to harvest its solar power. By the way.
Oh,
Yeah. It's one
but
of
it's
the,
sort of like a Hoover.
Yeah, but it hoovers up protons, photons even.
Larry Niven basically described something very similar to that in his Ringworld series.
So
Yeah. Either way, it's not going to be our grandkids that we have to train. It's going to be like future evolutions of humanity.
Yeah,
Thousands
like
of years down
even
the
like
line.
Scrap's perspective, that's like beyond anything that Scrap can even comprehend.
Right.
They're not going to admit that,
even
of
beyond
course.
scrap.
I mean, the elves
No.
might have to deal with them, sadly.
Elves, maybe,
Hmm.
yeah. Well, even they, we don't know. It might not be elves anymore. It
And
might
how-
be human races like me and you. It might just be humans. Hell, that's even beyond our own current modernization. Like,
if
even right now, if D&D is set like millions of years in the past, even now, the Illithids haven't returned, right? This is getting into meta. But yeah, I think not even us as a human race has invented Dyson spheres. That's beyond our own technology. And we don't even know if dwarves or elves were even
Right.
real.
I
But anyway, yeah, this is getting crazy.
I think I can be okay with this. If they're not coming back for as long as they say they are.
Okay, well, I think we've made a decision. Then let's execute to the plan.
Yep,
Are we
except
splitting
keep
up or
plan.
are we going together?
At this point, they seem okay to just let us leave. I say we just
Yeah.
hand it
don't
over,
think we-
grab the stuff, and head out.
I don't think we have a choice. The door will open unless they let us.
If you could place the side crystal on the table behind you.
Yep, Scrap will do so.
Thank you, Captain. We'll open the door for you.
Yeah.
You see it begin to open up. When you exit, you immediately see the two Ceramorphs are they're hovering either side of the main chair, and each of them have a hand on the small glowing blue sphere at the edges of the armrests. Each with a sort of strange laser-like device in their hands, and their hands slowly come away from the blue orbs on the chair as you emerge.
Right, we'll take our items, detach our ballista, or the goblin's ballista, and be on our way. Is your repair going to take long?
I imagine it will, but the important thing is with the life support system re-enabled, we will have a much easier time. Would you
Fair
like
enough.
to produce the side crystal for us, please?
You told me to put it on the table in there.
Oh, yes, of course. My
So
thoughts
we're-
in memory.
So we can grab our items and go now, right?
Is it actually there on the table? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Scrap is smart, but
Just,
not smart enough to make a fake side crystal quickly. I was tempted to
Okay.
coat it in carrion crawler poison, but
I think nonetheless they would probably try and like insight your actions. Both of them. The one
Like,
of them is actually
Inside their
wearing.
actions.
You can insight their insight. Yeah.
If they're gonna no, like, can I insight like they're gonna let us go?
Yeah. Yeah. insight, everyone. You might as well. Actually, one of them was wearing the helm of telepathy, and according to what Hulla understood about it, it does detect thoughts.
Ah, no, they were reading our minds the entire time.
Maybe you're not, not be able to confirm that yet, but Skrapp with the 24, they do indeed seem to be truthful to their actions. Though, go ahead as well, Hulla. You can roll an insight check. I wanna.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
don't
I
sense any
was-
deception, Skrapp.
No.
Okay, so, but you know
I'm
something
trying to
about
read their
what
faces,
Hulla's
and their faces are not readable.
right. Yeah, they're not even opening a
their
mouth
their
or making like.
expressions are not. Yeah.
Yeah, they're expressionless. That's a good point, actually. So they're difficult to read. But Skrapp, you've actually been communicating with them in mind to mind quite often.
Mm.
Now, when Hulla said something earlier in the room, it kind of clicked as to what they were doing on these two orbs. Hulla said something about like if there's a self-destruct button somewhere, then we could be in danger, or it could solve all our problems. And the way they move their hands very slowly away from the orbs, almost as if pulling their hands away from a trigger, like on a
Yeah.
device. That's the kind of implication it
Yeah.
had.
They were
Oh,
gonna
if-
That
kill
seems to go
us.
on at a 24.
If we
Um,
didn't give it to them, they were going to.
They would reactivate those laser things.
And Barry, with your 20 as well, you gathered from the being a door that's locked, you gathered, well, you just put yourself in a very precarious situation. Not to mention, there were those strange devices in there that have what they said a security measure. So you were locked in a room with these strange 5 laser-like devices with the radiant energy. They clearly had you backed into a corner, but all the while, very much putting up this polite and negotiable demeanor. But they had every possibility to pull the trigger should they need to. But
Okay,
they're just not savages about it. They're just incredibly intellectual, and
grab the
nonetheless, you don't
purple.
detect any deceit. And yet
Oh.
they hand you the crystal, sorry, the lens. They hand you the helmet.
All right then. I
Okay.
guess we'll take our leave, and maybe you won't see any of our offspring in the thousands of years to come.
Hope not.
Of course. Fair travels to you fine folk.
Yep.
Good events. Would you like to lead them to the door? There is an easier exit rather than crawling your way out of there.
Oh, should I go back?
Oh, shall I go back?
Of course. No, yes. Come down the stairs. It is this way. And no. Back up the stairs. Barry? That's right. This way. If you would like to make your way outside.
Be a bit high up.
Okay, Hulla, where
Now-
did you
now
go?
I'm lost now. I don't know where I am. Or I don't know where
This
everybody else
way.
is, rather. Oh. There you are.
Follow me.
The door doesn't open.
You don't have to.
Oh, there you go.
You've worked it out.
Okay,
They're
I
not
have.
conventional doors. Come down the stairs, Ashanti.
I've been trying.
You're
It's not working.
you're so you're on the other side of the stairs. You got to go around and then underneath the stairs. Because you're like jumping from the top. This is the start of the stairs on the other side.
Down?
So go around the stairs. Use your try WASD as well. That might help you. But and if you drag your token onto the stairs, it'll work.
Oh,
There you go.
they want us to jump.
Okay.
And then come around this way.
Okay.
No, we've fallen down the stairs again. Such clumsy two-legged creatures.
Wait, how
Well,
many
I have
legs
two
do
legs
they
as
have?
well, but I don't really tend to use them very often. Rather cumbersome. It's far easier to float using your mind. But an enhanced form of movement is using the Wazda method. Ah, that's probably beyond your comprehension.
Method. We're simple creatures. Give us a break.
Are you gonna like float us down or?
Okay. Now.
So you don't. So now click the door, and there you go.
Okay.
Ta-da! You find yourselves on the very top of the Nautiloid, and yeah, you do seem to be a little bit high up, but
We can just jump down.
I'll tell you what, you can just jump down onto the next level, and then you jump down again, and then all the way to the bottom
Well, we wouldn't go
where
that
you
way.
meet the goblins.
We would go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this way.
Yep.
And Andy, I don't see Andy. Hang on, I'm scrolling.
Andy was an interesting specimen. We've decided to keep them for experimentation.
Oh no.
No, they haven't really. No.
Oh,
Amazing.
Ashanti just about turned around.
Imagine though. No, they were in the tadpole room. You kind of left them there. They were probably feeding on a few, dead ones, like the flaming scorched ones. They're probably just feeding on cooked worms, for all we know. The goblins, yes.
Andy.
You're finally back. So, did you talk to the weird squid floaty freaks?
Yes.
Sort of. Yeah.
And we got to keep the blisters, right?
You gotta keep
You get the
one
ballistas, but not
ballista.
the ammo.
One ballista, no ammo.
Shame I can't count, hey?
Well, if you want to have that conversation with them, like after trying to take them, you're more than welcome. But I will be no part of it.
Yeah, I
In
don't know
fact-
how we're gonna get both anyway. How are we gonna transport both?
How are you gonna transport one? I mean, you didn't bring a wagon or anything.
Well, I don't know. We'll make a makeshift. Wait, they got wheels, haven't they? Yeah, we'll use those. All right, here, boy. And they whistle over for their wolves. And yeah, they start to like hop all the way out because they were like long gone for a while. They hop along. All right, let's load this thing up. Eve, how? Stuck. There we go.
As they're loading this thing up, is there any sign of that big monster thing? The ballast, whatever it
Yeah.
is. Ballast.
Ballet.
Ballet.
Yeah, you can roll a perception check. Just have a look around.
Guidance on myself. Ooh, that's better.
Okay, so 15, huh? Okay. So, could do a quick scan of the perimeter, looking around for any movement. And there is something out there. Once again, plumes of snow just occasionally, and a sifting of, another sifting of snow on the banks.
Is this
you
loaded?
Don't attribute to a blizzard.
I believe
Is
that one is still loaded.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is. Yeah.
Okay. I know what I'm gonna do. Because we wanted to deal with this. I'm gonna use one of the things from the bag of tricks. Well, apparently it only has one charge left anyway.
Mhm.
No. We've filled it up, possibly. That poor fox.
Right, the poor fox is gonna wander out towards the thing.
Scrap's gonna ready his lightning launchers to strike at it.
I'm gonna activate another corn stunning. Yes. I wish I had that ability, corn stunning.
Stunning, yeah. Gotta level up a couple of times first.
Like an upgraded corner cold.
Okay. And you just want the fox to sort of be out there,
Yeah.
tricking it into attacking you.
Dance.
The fox dances around, making a lot of sound and hopefully tremors in the snow. However, the creature does not seem to take the bait this time. And you remember from maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe you don't remember, this is the exact same method in which you got the creature to emerge last time before
Oh,
it
is
was
it?
shot with ballistas. Yeah, Skrapp went out there and was like, I'll be the bait. And then she got pounced on, and then you nearly killed the creature. And it seems as though whatever aberrant intelligence this thing has been gifted with, it's enabled it to not fall for the same trick twice.
So we need multiple people to go out there.
Or maybe it's just learn better that we fight back. Maybe we just take the W and get out of here before it changes its mind.
Yeah, okay. It was worth a try. Come on, Fox.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
At least we can feel safe leaving. But it's not going to come out. Climb down. But I've still got Stone Conning activated, so if it comes anywhere near where we're going, we'll know. Well, I'll know. And then I'll have to tell you.
So you definitely lasted, was it 1 minute, 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay, so 10 minutes definitely passed in there.
Yeah, but I'm
You have 2
reactivating it.
uses of it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. All right, cool. In that case, then you will definitely get a heads up as to where it could be. All right, she's all good to go. Got some ropes, and the wolves are gonna pull this thing, no problem.
I
They've got
send the
that
fox.
warg blood.
Yeah, let's get this going. Go. I send the fox ahead of us. Let's let the animals go ahead of us. Why don't you fly Andy high in the sky forwards?
Well, if it's in the
Okay.
sky, isn't it gonna? It can't even reach it if it's in the sky. I mean,
No,
body
just,
doesn't even know it's there.
no. Well,
Before we leave, can we just do one more leech check on everybody?
Leech check. What's that
That's
supposed
just
to mean?
Don't want to know.
Ugh.
That's me.
Okay.
It's really disgusting. All right, Chris, what do we roll to make sure that none of those are hitchhiking on us?
I guess
I mean,
that'd be
just-
Just
a
perception. check.
perception check.
Can I do
Okay.
I'll do
investigation?
you do me.
All right? Yeah, you can do investigation. Oh my god, a
Oh,
3 or 5,
God.
a 9.
Uh,
God. 14, 15. Okay. Sure, let's
You
just
gonna
roll one of these two. You want to cast guidance? You can.
I want to cast guidance on not on myself, but on
Harry?
on Barry. Yeah.
And see if he
Somebody's roll
spot
insight.
anything
You can
on
check
us.
the rest of us.
Yeah, Barry or Skrapp. He can check us.
Either way, it's a 16.
Okay. You're looking around. There is no sign of them on. Barry, you're checking yourself over. You checked thoroughly through your beard. You know, combed that pristinely this morning, but nothing's got in between the braids and such. But looking over your companions, they're doing a good job of checking like underneath their armpits, behind their ears, and such. But there is on Ashanti one spot they missed, which is where they just can't quite reach round to their back.
Between the shoulder blades.
Yeah, exactly. And it's perfectly aligned with their spine and latched on, but it's shivering, it's cold.
I,
And there's a
telekin-
tiny little
Get
tadpole.
off!
I
Get off! Get
telekinesis
it off!
off
Get it off! Get it off!
and then blast it.
Oh god, okay.
Yeah. I'd telekinesis it off
Um,
and then blast it.
Okay, yeah, sure. I won't have to roll for that. You just grab it, blast it with your mage hand, and then look around for any more. And, you know, maybe there is some weird twitches coming from Andy, but you chalk that up to them maybe trying to keep down some worms in their mouth.
And is eating them.
Yeah, she's definitely eating them. Or he, rather. He's eating them.
Yes, I send the fox ahead of us for our journey.
Okay. Where is it? Oh, yeah, okay.
But I did spot it around here somewhere for a moment.
You did sense some tremors, and then it went behind the rocks and disappeared. The fox comes out.
Or just keep it at like just right about 45, 50 feet ahead of us.
Okay. Roll a perception check for me, Barry.
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good at those.
Okay. So, there's something out there, you know it, but you can't pinpoint the exact location. And tremor sense does work when the creature is moving.
But it's not me.
Like you sense it stop. Where
I
it
sense-
stopped, you're not sure.
And I sensed where it stopped.
Yeah, but what it did was it moved out of your range and then likely stopped.
Ah, so it went out of my range and then I just never felt it again.
Correct. But that range, the last moment you did feel it was indeed behind these rocks.
Yeah. So I keep the fox going ahead of us.
Okay.
Jumping about, moving,
Okay.
serpentining.
It does not seem to jump out of the fox.
Alright. Seems okay so far.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Do we need to help push this ballista? There's a...
No, we got it. And you see
Alright.
the sled dogs are dragging it along.
Do you
One
want
of the
us?
goblins is on top of it.
Do you want us to go behind just in case it comes up from behind?
And although he said nothing about taking, he said taking ammunitions off the board, but he didn't say anything about it not being loaded, right? That's still fair game.
I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, I'm gonna say that it's on you if they come ask.
Or just say we're too dumb, right, to have unloaded it. I mean, we're goblins after all.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
they
are
don't think
incredibly
very
dumb.
highly of you. hmm
Yeah, I got that impression when he talked to me.
I don't think highly of most creatures, so don't consider yourself special for me talking down to you.
What the? Wow. Oh. Okay. How do you put up with her?
It's becoming harder, to be honest. But that's a matter for another time. Yeah, you didn't tell them anything, right? When they came to talk to you? What did they ask?
Tell him what? Like our master plan of taking over? We don't really have any secrets, so we just told him we were with you guys, and we did ask about their cool, like, pistols. Apparently they have a laser rifle, but they didn't want to show us.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Never mind. It was just. I don't know why I worry.
Yeah. He did tell us that thing is out there is probably very intelligent, though.
Yes, it appears they were trying to turn it into one of them, and that was the result.
Oh boy.
Hyper-intelligent land shark.
Okay. Yep, you guessed it. I need everyone to roll
Skrapp?
initiative.
Of course.
Could you move a bit to the right?
I
A
mean,
lot to the right.
As you're about to move to the right, you feel a surge of something coming up from the ground. And Barry, you just detect it in time, because if it's underneath the ground, it's got to move vertically up to get to you. And during that motion is when you sense it about to surge towards the earth.
it's gonna
And you try to
out-initiative
one-strap in
me.
time. It might. We'll find out. Oh yeah, it's
Still
god, you
seeing the
rolled really
initiative
fast.
from the flesh golem.
Yeah, I saw that you were moving around on initiative bizarrely, but
I can't seem to roll it fresh.
No.
Let's try again.
okay.
Oh, there we go.
I have
Maybe
to
that just
reload.
won't reset it.
Yeah.
That's 20 on one of the goblins.
No. Damn it! This is gonna take another 10 minutes to read.
God, really?
I mean, well, actually, no, Barry's
can-
rolled high, so they could telekinetic me out the way.
I'll just re-roll you, Arla.
Thank you.
All
I
right,
did
so one of
wonder
these
why I was
goblins.
still seeing that initiative up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Right, the goblin is. I'm gonna aim with the goblin at the spot that you just mentioned, like where you said.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, and then that'll be it. I guess. Barry.
Because I can't hold a telekinetic.
You can.
It's a bonus action, and you can't hold bonus actions, you said?
I never said you couldn't hold a bonus action. I said if you're holding an action, you can't use your bonus action.
Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. Never mind. I'll go back there. So I think I'm within 30 feet of Skrapp. Yeah. I will hold a telekinetic to to push him out of the way as it comes up. Push her.
Yeah.
So I'll just be
Effectively,
like,
you can hold one or the other. Is what I'm saying.
I'll just be like, alright, Skrapp, let it happen. Trust me.
Uh-oh.
And I'm just like holding my hand out ready.
Well, I am the best bait.
Alright.
Next goblin will hold his action to fire it, and of course, the aberrant bullet bursts from the ground once again.
I push Skrapp out the way. 5 feet.
Skrapp out. Okay.
So just as the jaws
So-
come up out of the ground where Skrapp is, she gets pushed out the way.
Let me see here. Well,
Wasting its first attack.
it's only 5 feet. I guess it's 5 feet, but
In flare, that's what it does, I guess. Does
I'll
it
tell
give
you what.
disadvantage?
I'm gonna say this: instead of going for Skrapp, it will just leap up out. It can leap at least 15 feet when it does this. And so Skrapp gets pulled out of the deadly leap, just yanked away from it. And as it leaps out of the ground, it comes to crash towards someone else instead. And I'm gonna say, let's see, hold on. It lands in space, contains 2 or more creatures. So yeah, I can't get everyone. You've spread out again quite smartly, as you should. But if it's a 15-foot jump, the only one who's within that 15 feet, I guess, is Ashanti.
Yeah, I kind of figured
So
that.
I'm gonna. So
Sorry.
yeah, which is still very good for you guys because Ashanti's raging and they got good decks. So Ashanti, this thing tries to get a hold of Skrapp, but dodges out of the way last second thanks to the telekinetic shove, and then comes to land on you. I need you to give me that strength or dex save. Of
Ooh.
course, you're gonna have advantage on either, I think, because you're raging.
Danger sense as well. That's cool. Yes.
Hey, oh, there we go. So, raging, dodging, and I don't think you take half. Oh, you do. You do take half. Okay, so you half and then half again. So you'd reduce what would have been like 19 damage down to like 5, basically. Cool.
Okay.
This thing comes crashing down. You're ready, and you're able to wrestle it away from you, and it kind of lands on its side before reorientating itself. And this is when the ballista goes off as well. So I'll have them just fire that. I believe it was a +6 to hit,
Yep.
which will do the job. You know how I said they attached like ropes to this thing
Yep.
earlier? Yeah, they also roped up the ballista. So now,
Oh god, it's a harpoon.
yeah, they've made a harpoon, and I'm gonna roll that is it 3d10.
Ooh. That's
I
terrible.
think it's 3d10. It was a bad damage, wasn't it? Just checking. It's 3d10. Yeah, I was right. Cool. Sweet. So this thing impales the creature's rear, and it does enough to stick itself in, but yeah, it didn't look like it did a whole lot of damage. But now there's a rope connected to the bullet, and as it tries to dive down beneath the ground again, you see all of the goblins like lurch forward as the entire ballista gets like shunted forwards. And you see it beginning to like basically skid across the ground as this thing goes underneath. It's gonna do hit and run tactics this time. But it isn't able to get further down the ground. It's sort of just held at roughly just underneath the surface. And that'll be their go. Hulla, you're up.
Okay. I want to move up. And I'll need some help with this turn. But I want to move up and then use my magical newly discovered powerful weapon. Gonna take a big hit with Striker, and then followed up with Spiker and Striker.
Okay.
Other way around.
So it is beneath the ground, but I'll say that you can roll attacks
I
at
thought
disadvantage.
Okay, I thought that it was not able to get underground for some reason.
It's like below the surface, so
Okay.
it's invisible. But with time, well, we'll say with Striker, you can try to drill it down into the ground and into its head, but it is still basically you can't see it, but you can try
I
to
move
attack
to
it.
where I saw it last and hold my action? Hold those actions until it pops up again?
You can hold one attack, but it's up to you. If you would like, it also is on the move as well. So
Oh, that sucks. Okay.
there's no guarantee it will still be there when it pops up. So your options
well,
are two
let's
attacks at
try-
disadvantage, or
Yeah.
one attack without a disadvantage if it's still next to you.
Let's try the 2 attacks at disadvantage. Let's see how the rolls play out. Because
Okay.
that's what I wanted to do. I'm gonna throw my weapons where I saw it last.
All right then. Let me just reveal it then. So it's over here, and I'm gonna make it. There's an easy way to do this actually. I'm just gonna make you prone. There we go. All right, so go ahead and make your attacks.
Okay. I'll need you to roll those for me. Sorry.
Oh, right. Sorry. Right, I forgot.
Stupid Foundry. Takes
Okay,
forever to reload.
so Spiker.
Oh,
I'm afraid Spiker doesn't seem to get through the snow and its shell.
No. No.
But you
Alright.
do get a second attack anyway. So would you like to use Sundering with Striker? Because its AC is so high, you might be able to break its armor.
Okay, yeah. Let's try that.
If you hit.
Let's try and
Okay.
get through something.
I rolled an out one.
No.
Shit.
Yep.
Alright, it is.
That's no, that makes sense. That logically makes sense. It was a
Yeah,
desperate try.
it was. But yeah, I'm gonna position you here, I guess. There you go. Okay, Ashanti. You see the rope is attached to the creature and slowing it down, but it's surfing through the snow.
Okay. And this is what I would like to do. What I'd like to do is run up its back and stab it through the brain pan. But I just don't think I can do that. So instead, I'll run up next to Hulla. I will ask Andy to help distract it, and I'll take a big swing with my halberd.
Okay.
jump through
Some
the
of the
snow.
goblins do suggest, yeah, when you grab that thing.
Oh, I didn't target it? Damn it, Brandee.
That's alright. It's 7 damage still goes through. You did also slice it as well, so you can roll a d4.
Okay, roll.
A 1.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah, it
Well,
does.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't know if no, I don't want to do that. I was thinking about just saying Ashanti falls over to grab the rope, but that means I'd be prone, and that does not make me happy.
Okay. In that case, then.
So that'll be my turn.
Okay. So, the goblin does try, because they're like frantic, rushing around. Screw it! I'll try and pull it out! Yeah! He's gonna grab onto the rope. Yeah! Oh my god!
Oh. E4.
What? What is this? Okay, I gotta beat. There's still a chance I beat this. What the fuck?
What?
Oh no! No 20 back! Oh my god, dude.
What a
that's-
waste of a nat 20, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, on both sides. There was no way. I was expecting this goblin to fail miserably, but then that 20. But then all is right in the world, it seems. This
What a
goblin
rollercoaster.
attempts to pull the. Yeah, right? He grabs onto the rope and he's like, "Ugh, this thing's strong. Oh, like really strong. Rope burn. And it pulls free of him. He can't yank it out of the earth.
How
Okay, go
is
on,
the
Skrapp.
rope attached to the ballista? Because I assume that's what they've done.
Yeah, they like put it through a goblin ramshackle technology. They've like hammered a rung to it, and they've thread the rope through the rung,
Okay.
so it's sticking out of the snow.
I have a weird idea, but I don't know if it'll work. Based on where the rope is, does it look like it might be possible to get the rope around the mechanism that's used to basically draw the ballista back, if that makes sense? You know, what you use to actually pull the string.
Oh, to like wench it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, but it's taut at the moment as the thing is
Okay.
driving through the snow. But
Okay.
you might be able to pull it onto the winch and crank it with a successful strength check.
Okay. I've got 35 foot of movement. I can get... These goblins are in my way. If I...
Right, okay. If you want to get
Yeah.
at them.
Yep.
out of the way.
Just Scrap's gonna basically jump on top of the ballista and see if they can thread the rope through the winch system to use the ballista to pull it back. Which, as you said, will be a strength check. I am going to use one of my armor of magical strength on this to give myself that extra +4. So 15.
That +4 makes it. And yeah, your power-assisted armor wrenches the rope back and reattaches it to the crank, so that you can start using leverage to pull on the crank.
Yeah.
This will give anyone trying to pull it definitely an advantage on the check.
Yep. Right, I've made it easier for you goblins, so pull it out.
Oh, okay. I'll give it a go. He's gonna start cranking the device. Damn flies in my face. All right. Wow, it's working. But is the bullet strong enough?
Nope.
Ooh, the power of technology wrenches this thing out of the earth, and you see it's slow at first, where it's like pulling, rearing back, and then suddenly you see the tip of its chitinous armor like emerge, and then slowly but surely it's being like plowed up and through, and then you see its front tentacles flailing before finally being pulled out, and it rears back, revealing its mole-like claws that suddenly thud back down onto the ground.
See, guys, it's like fishing, and this is the fishing rod.
Yeah, we're terrible at fishing. Were you there for that?
No. And I thought we quite successfully managed to catch the giant sea monster that we tried to catch.
We're trying to drag it closer to the ballista then, and out to the ground. Okay.
But it's out the ground now, so...
Okay. So I move over to my fork using one of my things. Make a usage of that.
Nice.
7's not bad. Change that from a 1 to a 7. And blast it. Disadvantage?
Your fox is counting as an enemy.
Sorry about that.
That would
have been a
That's a hit.
15.
21.
That's definitely a hit.
20.
There you go.
Not 20.
Bang.
22.
And you want to send it back 10 feet?
Yeah.
Hulla's in the way there, but I can give you that.
Yeah.
There you go.
And it's now slow 10 feet as well, so...
And then I'll push. I'm going to push it with... Oh, wait. I've just used my bonus action. Never mind. That's my turn.
Okay. Goblin number 2 is going to reload the ballista. The bullet.
Reload? Wait, what?
Yeah. I mean, it's not... There's not a bolt in... Oh, wait. No, they've got no ammunition. Damn it!
I was like, oh, did they sneak more ammo?
Just shoot
That
the
would be
thing.
typical of goblins.
That would be a very
Wouldn't
goblin
put
thing
it
to do.
past them.
Also, get your wolves in to attack. Especially that one. Points to the really bad-looking one.
Send the fox in.
They totally sleight of handed another ballista shot.
Oh no.
They've been hiding in their pack. They haven't got like the whole bundle of them, but they definitely got another one. Like, shit, should I pull this out? So close. They look back. They can actually see Dredovex is standing on the edge of the ship here,
Like,
looking down. He's like,
Is that a ballista bolt in your pocket, or are you just happy to...
like, Scrap's just like, do you have like a bag of holding? Where were you hiding that?
Mary Poppins, that.
I told him it was my fishing pole.
Jamey, he's a French pole vaulter.
I mean, technically, if you use it now, you can just leave it behind afterwards. Like, technically, we haven't taken the ammo yet. Right? But that's your choice, and you will be held responsible for it, whichever side it is. So, make your decision.
He flips a coin. Like, literally, he actually pulls out a coin and goes, all right, heads. Heads, we shoot it in the head. Tails, we run. And... Oh, it was one is One was heads, two was tails. All right. Okay, no, he's not going to shoot it. Instead, he will sick him with the wolves. Get him. We do need some of these to survive, otherwise, when there's no pulling this. Oh, well, your axe beaks are still over there somewhere. So yeah,
Yeah.
we can use those. But
No.
in the meantime, though, he will command the wolves to do their thing. Which
They
I
have
might as well
pack
roll them onto
tactics, right?
initiative. Which it looks like they're going at some point.
Technically,
That's
before the goblins that ordered
I
them.
wanna just put them here actually. There you go. All right. So the wolves jump in, and are gonna just bite in with pack tactics. So ignore that one. There we go. And strength save, I believe.
Oh, for a moment, I thought Edge was
Succeeds.
actually going to fail. That would
Get
be
another
hilarious.
bite. Okay. They're getting some nasty nips in,
Failed.
though it's still standing.
It failed. The strength save.
Oh, it also fell prone.
I didn't even know
The-
that.
That's interesting. Okay, the wolves are really tearing up the show here as they yank on several limbs of the creature, one on each foot, and as they pull on it, the creature is kind of forced to fall onto its belly, and it's rolling around trying to get reorientate itself. But the wolves are really having their way with it. Okay, it's gonna kick them off, get back up from prone, and. Well, we got two creatures in our way here. 15 feet of movement. You're right next to it, though. So that's like 2 attack. You've got your glaive out as well, Ashanti, haven't you? Yeah, I figured as much. Okay, Ashanti,
Yes, but
you would have an attack
with-
of...
With
Yeah, no,
Hulla's-
let's not move. It would be 4 or 5 attacks of opportunity. I think it's smart enough to know just to go for a single bite on Ashanti instead.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, that would have been a lot.
As the tentacles reach for your head, they are suddenly pulled back a little bit more as every inch the creature is reeled towards the ballista. And yeah, those tentacles just sort of just slip off of your face before it can pull you in to do a devastating beak claw thing. All right, well, Hulla, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to remember that I have magic and go ahead and toss a guiding bolt at its
It-
right
you're
at
in
its-
melee.
at its head.
So you'd have disadvantage.
Am I? I'm showing that I'm way across.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's when you moved up to do striker and spiker, and
Oh, okay.
you've been in melee ever
If-
since. But
If
How do I
you,
move out?
I can-
How do
I can help you with the whole thing if you ready the bell.
yeah, that's the thing. If you wanted to still do this, you
Mhm.
could just wait until Barry uses his bonus action to pull you away.
Yeah, I could pull
Okay.
pull you out of its range, and then you wouldn't have disadvantage.
Oh, okay. If you want to try that.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right.
Okay.
Oh,
Sound
there
good?
we go.
I'll put you on ready then. Shanty's up.
Reasons why I took telekinetic. It's so good.
No, I just saw myself move into place, so
Oh,
Foundry must have updated somehow.
Well, Hulla has striker and
I-
her magic weapons. I could probably just stand here and look pretty and let her finish it off. But I'm gonna go ahead and come around Hulla, ask Andy to help, and another big swing. Hopefully this will work.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
hit.
Very close.
Yeah, definitely. If you crit. Did not crit. Okay, nice. You slice open its underbelly. Blood, purplish ichor spills out onto the snow.
Okay.
Okay.
That would be my
You're-
turn. I've got
Okay.
I've got one big swing with my halberd.
Hey, yo, I got a lucky coin too. You know what it says? It says I'm reloading that bad boy. All right. Here it goes. Firing, loading it back up. Scrap.
I mean, technically, at this point, it's pointed directly at it because we pulled it out and it's tied to the rope, right? So it's not actually out of a line, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So technically, it's just reload and fire, rather than reload, aim, and fire.
I think it still needs just a little bit of readjusting because it got pushed back from the Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I'm gonna because you guys love the ballista so much, I'm gonna leave the ballista to you.
Yeah.
And Skrapp, actually. Wait, I was here. Sorry, I'm just considering this. Move into here instead. Considering my best move. Draconic Cry! Though technically shouldn't have affected the wolf because it's an ally, but weirdly it seems to consider that one an ally, but not that one. That's kind of funny. And then Skrapp will move.
One of them's
back.
friendly, and then one of them looked at you meanly because you called it like an ugly warg half-breed.
Yep. And then Skrapp will move back 10 feet, and now with advantage, I think I might still have that one targeted somehow. We'll then try to lightning launch this thing.
Nice.
And we'll also add that extra d6 of damage, because it's my only attack, so 12 damage. As I send lightning coursing through.
Looking bloody.
And
The
actually I
goblin
would have
here.
stopped there, because otherwise I would be in the way of the ballista, and that would be dumb.
Alrighty. I'm aiming it for you. Yeah, something like that. A little to the right. There, looks good.
Yeah,
Ready to fire. Barry.
don't move it, Barry.
Alright. I shove Hulla back. So as she can
Yeah,
get her
Hulla.
guiding bolt.
Yep, let's do that then. Hulla,
Okay.
make a guiding bolt.
And it will have advantage because of the Draconic Cry.
Yeah, and you've got advantage.
Oh, nice.
That's even better.
Which for some reason
didn't
didn't
give me-
trigger.
Didn't trigger it. Hang on, let me try again.
I'm just
Did it
gonna
not?
check.
No, that's odd. Tell you what then, just
Each
Roll
one.
it.
fire another one, but this time don't consume a spell
consume.
slot.
Yep.
Oh,
Damn, it's still a 6,
God.
really.
Ugh.
No.
That's a
That is
Oh my
shame.
unfortunate.
god. What a waste of a turn. Sorry,
But
guys.
I mean, technically your actual turn will also come up soon, so...
no
Alright.
worries.
It looks
They're
like
gonna
it
have
tries to
advantage
bury
with
its
the
head down
ballista
into
as
the
well.
snow.
With advantage, you
Right.
say?
Its guiding
Oh.
bolt just ricochets off its armor. That's a zappy boy.
Wow. I rolled a 1 and a 2 for damage.
Yeah, that happens. Unfortunately.
So we
Alright.
we got a failed guiding bolt and a 2 on damage.
Mm-hmm.
Right, now ballista with
1 and a
advantage.
2.
It sucked. Ugh.
Alright. Don't worry, boys and girls. This is what I like to call the Ballista Bullet Bonanza. And it's a hit. It's good. I think it's a 21 to hit. Yep.
Yep,
Nice.
3d10.
3d10.
Oh, that
Wow.
terrible damage again.
Wow.
Yeah,
I-
pretty below
How is
average
that
there.
even
You know,
possible?
you know what? Next time I'm firing. Okay. If you're aiming, they start to bicker
And
amongst themselves.
Scrap's just like, how many ballista bolts did you steal?
They each tried to steal one, so here, have another dex check. That one didn't get one. Let me see. Do we have any more? What about you? Skrunk, did you get one? Oh, yeah, you did. All right, we got one more. We were saving this, but we were saving this for 10 towns. I mean, the defensive 10 towns.
Yeah,
the
Scrap was a
wolves,
Scrap just sort of turns and looks at them.
Yeah. Oh, God, a crit.
Oh no.
Oh my god, the wolves are destroying this
Tearing it
bullet.
up.
Why did we not use the wolves
Yeah.
last time?
Still though,
Hey.
4d4 plus 2 and rolled a 1, 2, a 1 and a 3.
Well,
It's prone again, and it's dead.
well, this is what happened last time when you like were fighting wolves yourselves, and this thing got ripped apart. It went from half health, bloodied, to like all the way to 0, which means I don't even get to use its psionic stuff. Never mind. Oh well. The wolves ripped this thing limb from limb, with an assistance from Zappy boy over the back and Choppy girl in the front. I think this thing is just in pieces now. Just every now and
Yep.
again, the wolf tries to swallow a piece and then probably huffs it back up, like, "Bleh," not
Yeah.
realizing it's maybe not edible rubbery flesh after all.
Yep.
That will end combat.
Scrap is going to. I mean, it's been sliced a bit. Probably try to remove some of the carapace because that could be useful, and also potentially get to the brain to try to extract the brain because they're curious.
Okay. When you can go up to and roll a survival check to start getting pieces of this. Fantastic. The wolves have like disemboweled it, and its softer underbelly is exposed, and there's a strange-looking bone that is in their stomach. At least you think it's their stomach. And it
Scrap's
looks to be
just like-
about the right same size as your peg leg.
Haha! My leg! Scrap's like, and I'll take that, and just glare at the wolves.
I just
Not
lose my
for
mind.
you.
Oh yeah.
And we'll put the bone in the bag. I have no idea what I'm going to use this for, but it's mine.
Chris,
Yes.
if I delete concentration,
Mhm.
it's not going to get rid of concentration as a whole. Because I've done this before where I've clicked delete
No, it won't.
something and it's completely
You-
just deleted it from my sheet.
It will delete it from your sheet, but you can reapply concentration.
Okay. I didn't want to accidentally delete Witch Bolt from my sheet.
Same with the sleep template. We can delete that too.
Chris, can I
The
roll
ones you don't
survival?
want to get rid of is repelling blast. Yes. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I apologize. Can I roll survival to see if I get a claw as a memento?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
You're raging, so you can add strength and roll at advantage.
Can we try and get some of its chitin to like
Yeah, that
Make
was
some-
mostly what I was going for.
to make something out of it?
Yeah. Anyone who wants to harvest can give me a survival check, and then we'll see what you get. But we could ask. Oh, you could ask Ashanti to do it as well. They seem to be very
Yeah,
good at it.
I'll help
Okay.
Ashanti.
Do you
guided
want me to
Ashanti?
roll again?
Yeah, for each different part.
All right, so
Yeah.
3 different survivals. Okay, there's survival 1. Okay,
Okay,
survival
guided.
2.
That.
And then
Damn. Okay,
survival.
these look like successes
3.
to me. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Without issue, you managed to get claws, chitinous armor, and
Okay.
what was the last one you wanted?
He wanted the brain.
I wanted the
But,
brain.
Brain. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay. The brain is like practically bulging out of its skull. It looks like its cranium has expanded to be able to like accommodate for the enlarged intellect. Much like a mind flayer would have gone under Ceramorphosis, but it's still protected underneath this plated shell, which has now been removed.
Because we wanted the chitin.
Yeah. The chitin is actually very similar to what's on your leg as well, Skrapp. You realize all this time, what you've basically built your leg out of was the same kind of exterior, like hard casing that's on the Nautiloid and indeed on this creature as well.
Oh, so not
So you've
only
worked with
did...
this material before.
Interesting. Okay, I can definitely make something out of this. Well, that's obvious, but you know, I'm just saying it for you guys.
During this time, the goblins, they say, yeah, look, you can harvest that thing for as long as you like, but we got to make moves because that thing's, that squid boy, he's looking at us kind of funny. And
Yeah.
I think he's aiming with that rifle of his. So they already kind of gone on, they've gone on ahead, is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They have not stuck around. And yeah, they've moved on. You guys harvest this thing for every single piece that it's got. And you can find your axe beaks. They're further down the mountainside. You kind of left them in a coat, like I remember, like they were wedged up against the mountain and a bunch of trees that were used for cover. So they are still down there, but yeah, the bullet didn't go to hunt them, possibly because Bits was guarding, and they're the best. They're the best guard dog ever.
So, not the happiest outcome, but a content outcome.
Yeah.
To the gnolls next, or are we dealing with some Dwarga?
I'd say the gnolls. They seem a more immediate threat.
Okay,
I agree.
But we
I was
And
just wondering
get
going off.
yeah.
Because we'll be passing the Dwarga on the way to the gnolls, so I don't know what you guys want to do in terms of that.
I mean, the Dwarg are the most likely next place to have my blueprint, but at the same time, to be honest, what we really need is to find... it's quite late, we need to find a place to set up camp before heading back down anyway. Because we're not going to make it back to a town before nightfall.
I agree. We need to set up camp. We need to make sure it's a defensible position, especially given how bad things are around here.
We work our way around the mountain and find a good little crevice somewhere that we can hide in.
Defensible. I'm looking for defensible out of the weather.
Yep. Wind shelter if we can.
There's plenty of trees about and forest.
And did you bring an insulated tent with you?
Yeah, there's 2 insulated tents. We've got like an insulated shelter on
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Sled or on one of the axe beaks.
Yeah, it's on one of the sleds.
Yeah, it's on Labras's couch sheet. We've got an insulated 2-person tent and an insulated and 2 insulated shelters. So
okay,
we got enough for what 12 creatures.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's been fun, goblins. Enjoy your new town. Enjoy your ballista. We'll come check in with you at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna get this cool thing installed on one of the towers.
Yeah, enjoy Goblin's Hole.
Watchtowers.
Yeah.
Goblin's Hole. I thought it was good mean. Oh well.
No, it's Duke's Hole. It was, and I guess I like Goblin's Hole. Murray, that was a good
Goblin's Hole it is. Yeah, that's what they meant. All right, sweet. They will head off. You see them taking it down the mountainside, probably surfing it across the frozen river all the way down, like goblins do. It's like screaming "woo" all the way. The goblins don't stick around for your night then. Color. I think you have to right click it in the bottom left or something. Maybe? No. I'm
All
not
right,
sure.
there you go.
You'll figure it out. Yeah, so the insulated tent will allow you to actually be able to sleep down here. That said, I'm just going to check something. And yeah, you traveled like 65 miles today. It's like, what the fuck? Bear in mind, most of that was on XP, so half of that.
Yeah.
More like 30 miles, but
We have done a lot of travelling, so we need the rest.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
going to check.
A good meal for everybody. Make sure everybody's fed.
I remember now. I was going to re-roll weather. Oops, I rolled 2 lots. My bad. Okay, so it is heavy snow.
That's fine.
It could be worse. It could be a blizzard. That
Or
said,
a sleet storm.
I will require. Yeah, well, I think you could get to a sleet storm from light snow. That would be insane. But it is a little bit heavier going. There's a very deep snowbank on the mountain that's just sort of formed up. Finding anywhere flat ground is difficult. So give me a survival check to see where you can locate a safe location to pitch a tent or a shelter. And it just can be anyone, but Ashanti's probably got the best odds of it
Yeah.
with advantage and strength.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that
looking
should
great.
be fine. Instead, yes,
Oh,
that's
I
a
don't know why
22.
Vince rolled that. Sorry.
Bits is helping sniffing out a spot. Probably find some wildflowers that no, they've wilted. And so anyway, you can easily find a location that looks good enough to set up your shelter. And
Okay.
I'll say that you can just set up the windbreak, create a small fire. One of you will need to maintain that fire at all times, or rotate a little watch. But
We'll set a
otherwise,
watch. Yeah.
I think we'll do a watch, and I'll cook dinner, and then we'll take the last watch so I can have breakfast ready for everybody.
Yeah.
So since
Very
I've got
nice.
the cook's tools and the
Yes.
Okay, very nice. What's one last thing? That's right. Yeah, everyone, I think you're good with that to not need a frost save during the night because insulated shelter
It's plus
plus
10.
fire plus your clothing means it puts you out of that DC 15, 20 range.
Yeah.
There is some altitude issue, but I'm going to say that that's probably part of the survival check is you come down from the mountain a mile or two just to find a nice area within this copse of trees. And you imagine this place would be an absolute picturesque, perfect location for like a summer camp or autumn one if that when Icewindale's all melted away and you've saved the world, maybe you'd want to come back to this perfect little locale. It really feels like a summer home. You could just set up a tent, go into the forests, wander the mountainside, and have this beautiful view. But it's a nice respite from all the fighting that you've been doing up till now, and the horrors of whatever you saw in that illithid shit.
Yep. You know,
So
if we
you
really
guys
wanted
go
to
get
after
on work.
resting, we should, and they're still there, we could just go back at full strength and deal with them.
no,
If we wanted to.
no. We made a bargain. We need to stick to the bargain.
Yeah.
We agreed to give them the crystal, take our stuff, and leave. And and besides, I think we need to get rid of these gnolls.
Yeah, as part of the long rest, because obviously you can do 2 hours of light activity as part of it. Can Skrapp ritually identify the remaining magical item? Because we know it's
Yep.
Yeah.
It is Eyes of Minute Seeing.
Thought it was.
This allows you to very precisely examine things in close detail, much like a microscope. But
Yeah.
who's gonna have these items, by the way? I just want to know whose sheet to
Yeah, what-
put them on.
What are these items?
So the
Realm of
Eyes of
Telepathy?
Minute Seeing gives advantage on investigation checks that rely on sight within 1 foot of you, so they're like for close range, like work and investigation. And the Helm of Telepathy allows you to do detect thoughts, I think, as many times as you like, and then it can bonus
Detect
action
thoughts
telepathic
and-
communication, and then suggestion is once per long rest, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I already have a helmet, so
I mean,
I think it should
mm.
go to one of the spellcasters. I mean, this is not anything I think that I could contribute meaningfully to. Now, if y'all find a magic halberd, I'm all over that.
I mean,
I'd want to take the helmet, but I wouldn't want anyone using the helmet I'm wearing, especially not around me. That's my dilemma.
I mean,
But I
personally,
could attach the lens to this helmet.
if I was to make a suggestion, considering they have dealt with the negative consequence of the telepathic crystal for this period of time, I would vote that it goes to Hulla.
Yeah. As long as it's a normal suggestion and not a suggestion using the helmet.
Of course. I mean, I'm not attuned to it, so
You'll
I
feel
wouldn't be able to.
compelled to give the magic items to Hulla. No.
Yeah. As for the Eyes of Minute Seeing, I don't think those are attunement from my understanding, so technically whoever needs them can
They're in
use
the
them,
chat.
I mean.
It
It's
just
obviously...
gives
Yeah.
advantage on investigation.
Yeah,
That's
we're
right.
basically like really close range, so if you're like looking for traps or things like that.
I mean,
It
would-
clues or whatever.
it would
But yeah,
give
trap
my
finding's good.
+0 advantage.
It would give my +6 advantage if I had it.
Yeah, it's
But-
probably best
But
with you.
To go to someone who doesn't have a -1, so
yeah,
Take
I mean,
myself
I
to
can
the
take
right.
that. I mean, I tend to be the one at the moment looking for traps and things, but I'm happy to hand it over when I eventually leave.
Yeah, it's fine. None of it benefits me, and yeah, I think the person who should get the means of brain talking is the person who dealt with the consequences of the stone. That makes sense. If you want it, obviously, I don't know.
I do want it. I just it's such an incredible item. I don't. Are you sure?
Well, don't you
Well,
think
yeah,
you
You're an
deserve it?
incredible person, right?
You
You're
went
an
through so
incredible
much.
person.
You went through so much hardship of struggling to sleep, being paralyzed in the morning, and then you took this whole journey. Well, we all took the journey, but still, do you not feel like you deserve? So far, all you've been given is boots that help you run away.
The Striker and Spiker as well. Well, they bought that.
Yeah, but they
earlier
bought
and-
that.
Yeah, they bought that.
Well, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
1,000 of it.
incredible. It's. I feel like I'm not worthy of it. I'm not a brain person. I'm just here
I
to
mean,
kind of help out. It's so much.
I feel like you will get a good use of it, and also I've kind of got used to, from like our short time in Karkalok, you being able to just basically telepathically relay stuff between us when we want to talk privately. So
Okay.
yeah, I'd probably keep like a hood or something over it because it doesn't exactly look the coolest, but you know.
It's not the coolest. No. It's.
Um,
I'm not a fan
about
of
that.
the exposed brain look to it.
About that. So I
But I like
messed
the
up
helm
on the
part.
description, and I'm almost tempted to say that when you tuned to it, you see it for its true form.
I mean,
Okay. What's
To be
its true
fair-
form?
So
Well, I like the kind of Spartan look, like the, the literally Spartan,
yeah.
well,
To be
Warrior
fair though,
help.
you can wear a hood over the brain part if you want
I'll
to.
wear
Yeah.
I'll wear a hood over the brain
Yeah.
part, and that'll
Yeah,
just sort
and-
of.
Mm-hmm.
and to be
Sit
fair,
there.
you worry about the whole intelligence thing, but with what it can do, does it that require intelligence for any of the
No.
detect thoughts or suggestion?
It does not. It has its own
No.
save DC
Yes.
of
So
13.
Mhm.
yes.
So no, you don't have to be intelligent to use it.
Okay, and then when it says that I can use a bonus action to send a telepathic message to a creature you're focused on, is that the creature I just detected thoughts on, or is that a different creature?
It's usually within the same paragraph.
Yeah,
So yeah,
so-
it does mean
yeah.
about the detect thoughts. Yeah.
Yep. So basically, you'll have the detect thoughts active on them with concentration, and you can
Yeah.
use your bonus action to continue to communicate with them. But whilst it has a spell save, if you wanted to use it for one of us and we knew it was you, we could just choose to fail, and then you can telepathically communicate. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Effectively,
Okay.
what that means is if you're out of combat and everyone's willing to allow you to communicate telepathically with them, we can just simply say that you have a telepathy out to a range of. I don't think there's a range. It's just. What is that?
Anything about
30 feet. There it
range?
is. 30
Oh,
feet.
okay.
Yeah. It's in the spell's description. So effectively, yeah, if you're out of combat and you're just talking to your allies, you have telepathy out to 30 feet. But
yeah,
you can also use it on enemies and probe
And-
into their mind to find
Mhm.
out what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what if you
Okay.
used it on an enemy that was unaware that you were doing it, and then you spoke
Ah.
into their mind and made them think
doesn't
something?
It does specify the creature is aware when you're reading its thoughts.
but it's
Which, at this point, by the way, it does confirm that the mind flayers were not reading your minds the entire time.
well, they could have been reading our surface thoughts, because it's only when you dig
Yeah.
deeper in that you
That's
that you get that.
Is it
That's
that?
true.
Surface thoughts you can read without them knowing, because.
Yes.
Yeah, basically,
cool.
yeah.
Is it?
All right.
Does it require deeper digging to be able to communicate though, or is it
No.
just surface force
No.
at the minimum?
You can just, if it's just with allies, you can just say, hey, I'm gonna talk with them telepathically. I'm just gonna let that be a thing. So
Yeah.
That's cool.
To be honest, it looks like if I'm reading this rightly,
mhm.
how detect thoughts works is you can use an action to read the surface thoughts of a creature, and that doesn't require a saving throw, but you're still concentrating on it. So whilst you're focusing on that creature reading its surface thoughts, you could still communicate with them. So it's not only when you're drilling down deeper. So you can just basically, I'm looking at you, I can communicate with you, sort of thing.
Yeah. Or you don't tell them I'm looking at you, I'm communicating. You tell them, you say they have surface thoughts of anger. You can be like, yeah, use that anger, attack them.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're in combat, then it will require a bonus action. But if you're just out of combat talking to allies, just no problem. You can just say I'm gonna telepathically talk to them.
Yeah.
I've added it to your sheets so you can see
Awesome.
everything there, and
Okay.
I'll also add detect thoughts to your character sheet, so your spell list,
Okay.
and then I will make sure that that's basically going to be.
That would be an
What it
at-will,
will be is-
essentially.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to edit it and change it to.
Suggestion could be useful as
will.
well.
There it is.
Oh, the amount
now-
of things I've done with suggestion, that's so useful.
Yeah.
So now it's right at the
Suggestion
very
is also
top
one
of
of
your
those
sheet.
ones where they know that they've been suggested, right? Or is it only after?
Yeah.
happened?
It's
No,
either,
no,
it's
no.
either after the act that they've done or after the 8 hours of the spell.
Mhm. I do like that.
Right.
I mean, with this helmet, if we play it smart enough, we could, and this is just Scrap musing, we could go back to what is now Goblin's Hole, use it on their leader, and then get them to willingly release spells.
That's true. But then they'd know after 8 hours that it was done to them.
Yeah, but by that
We could
point,
start a war.
And then that would, yeah.
That would count as an
I
attack
mean,
for them.
I don't think it says that in the spell that they know it anywhere.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, does it?
It
not?
doesn't. No.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah, I think dominate spells do and charm spells do, but suggestion doesn't. It's weird like that.
It's pretty powerful. And it works
Yeah.
on any creature, not
Oh.
just humanoid.
Wow. Okay. Well, in that. Okay.
It's like Jedi mind trick, you know.
Yeah, it could.
That's really powerful.
It could, if we play it smart, and they aren't somehow resistant or immune to it, we could potentially even use that in our null encounter too, in some way, perhaps.
use it on the leader. Stop attacking people. Be good. And then
I mean, but unfortunately, it only lasts 8 hours, so.
that's true.
And it has to be reasonable, so we can like order them to like march out into the middle of nowhere.
So we're skipping over the Dwarga for now, are we? Or are we
I mean,
working our way through?
I feel
I
like
think we need to tackle the gnolls next because they're the most
yes.
dangerous.
Well, you say that, but the Dwarga are building up a
The Dwarga are doing something,
treasury of
but
They took the giant statue of Shardalin, so what they're trying to do with that? Did I write it in the book?
I'm wondering if they're trying to use my blueprint and construct it as Shardalin. It would be a terrible concept, but the magic storage capabilities of Shardalin could be useful, I suppose.
The other option is whether or not you are concerned about what 607 is up to and where they've gone as well.
Yeah, because I kind of want to do the gnolls and then go after 607.
Yes, I feel if we're gonna, like, dealing with, I mean, honestly, it's a shame 607's not about, because dealing with the gnolls seems like their kind of thing, because I do not think we're going to be able to handle that peacefully. But,
Yeah, I think he was worried we were going to choose to deal with it peacefully.
I mean, I'll follow you guys' lead on that, but in my completely humble opinion, I think it's a foolish idea and I just can't see it working, but...
Yeah, I feel like we keep dealing with the wrong people peacefully and the right people with aggression.
Yes, if we hadn't dealt with the goblins in an aggressive manner when that one goblin that we promised to let leave, then I believe they might have trusted us and then we'd be in a better situation with them. But... yes, and it's probably...
Anyway, to the gnolls then?
Yeah. So we get our long rest, I guess?
You do, and Hulla, you have the best sleep that you have ever had. It's no more pulsing, no more distress signal in your head. And finally, peace at last. Though, what I will say though, is this, and only you know this. Once you attune to the helm of telepathy, you feel something kind of almost wriggling around up there, sort of squelching, and
oh no,
it feels like something crawling on your head. And at first, it might freak you out to think that there's some sort of tadpole, but it feels way larger. It feels like actually latched on already.
Oh,
Um,
I got brain worms.
you, what do you do?
Uh, this is while I'm sleeping or while I'm awake?
Well, like it's after you finish attuning to the thing, and you may be like laying down and just trying to focus and meditate on opening your mind to the helmet. But it's after that you feel like you don't have this metal encasing around the head anymore. It's something else. Feels like its little legs latched onto your head.
I try and talk to it. Say, hello? Are you there?
Try to talk to it. There is a little kind of twitching sound at the back of your head, but I guess let me just read something. 1 second. Not even I'm sure. Where is it? It's this. Okay. Okay, yes, there is a little sound that comes back. And it's like this kind of squelching, gooey voice, like, hello? Hello? Is this thing on?
Who are you?
I'm the helmet. The helmet of telepathy. Pleased
You're
to
the
meet
helmet?
you. Yes.
Why do you have a voice?
Because I'm alive.
Oh no, sentient helm of telepathy.
What do you want?
For you to not kill me. Most people see me and they want to squish me. That's why I make sure when they look at me, they see a shiny helmet.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And what are you really?
You can have a look if you like. You got a mirror?
I don't. But do I have anything that has a mirror in it? I don't
You've
think
got a
so.
shiny shield, haven't you?
I've got a shiny shield. Let's say
Yeah.
I'll buff the shield up so it's a little bit
Okay.
shinier. Yeah.
On and attached to your head is
Mhm.
a slimy quaff made of a living space slug. That's the only way to describe it. And it is latched onto your head, yeah.
Mhm.
And it gives a little wave with one of its tiny legs and antennas. Hi.
Hi.
So
Why
we're gonna
shouldn't
be
I
partners
kill
now?
you?
Oh, because my Samaflange is connected to your cerebral cortex.
Oh no.
Oh God. Uh,
Amazing.
Okay. So I won't kill you. Can I take you off? Can I take the helmet off?
I
So that
thought
you're
you
not...
wanted to be friends. We can work together. I'm not gonna make you do anything you don't want to.
What do you want besides not dying? Can you make me
Well,
want things? That's two
um,
questions, I know, sorry.
I'm symbiotic. That means I rely on you for living, and you rely on me to see inside people's brains. I'll help you
So sorry.
as long as I can
Hulla.
just hang out here up here. Just gonna hang out.
All right. If I
Don't worry,
take-
you won't look any less badass. I can, in fact, if you want, I can make the helmet look like something else. I heard you say you don't like the brain bit, but I can give it like a cool like spike. What do you like? You like spikes?
all right. Can you make it look like a really cool ancient Greek sort of slash hero helmet? Like a not a helmet, a coronet.
Coronet, you got it. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do that. Of course, it's not gonna feel like that, but everyone who sees you is gonna be like, oh, nice helmet.
Okay. Okay.
That's the most important thing. Yeah.
The look of it is I like it. I like this better than the exposed brain look. Are you reading my thoughts?
What?
Of
No?
course you are.
You reading mine?
No, I can't read your thoughts.
In fact, yeah, I guess my thoughts are your thoughts now. We're kind of like symbiotic. So.
Right. Okay. No, that's cool. Just don't kill me. And
No,
I'm sure.
I would never. Cross my antennas, hope to die.
If I die, do you die?
That could be a problem, but I might be able to get a new head if there's one nearby.
Okay.
Yeah, if someone like push me on, maybe I can hang out for a while. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I wish the aliens had told me about this, but welcome to my head.
It's nice and cozy. Lots of space.
Yeah,
Sorry,
there is.
that was insulting.
I'm kind of blanking right now because this is kind of a surprise.
Surprise.
Surprise. Do you have a name?
Yes. Hulla's brain slug.
Hulla's brain slug. Okay, I'll call
Yes.
you brain slug.
Space plane brain slug. I don't really have a name, but if you'd like to call me one, I'm sure you can think of something in that little noggin of yours.
Okay. Sorry, this is a lot.
Yeah,
No,
you want to
that's-
get back to sleep?
Yeah, I'll
Right.
get back.
Maybe
it's
this
been
is
a
all
long
just
day.
a bad dream, you know?
It's
Could be
gonna
just a
sing you.
dream.
It's gonna sing you lullabies every night.
Oh my god! I knew it was too good to be true.
Just go to sleep.
Okay.
I'm
well,
so
good
sorry,
night.
Hulla.
Good night, brain slug.
Night, Hulla.
Well, that
And
was.
it goes to sleep.
I'm not gonna tell anyone about this at
No.
all. No.
Yeah.
When everyone wakes up in the morning, they forget that the brain had this exposed brain part, and when they see it, they will see this cool looking, like you said, centurion like soldier helmet.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Nice. And
Can
that's your new
we
brain
see a
slug.
picture
Yeah.
of the Centurion helmet?
Yeah.
There's one in chat.
Yeah, I put
Oh.
one based on an AI generation of Hades' Helm of Invisibility, because that was
Okay,
the first thing that came to mind.
No, I don't.
I like that.
I don't want anything quite over the face like that.
Well, it's got
But-
kind of that bit with the
But with the wings and the I like the wings.
with the because there's that one where it doesn't have the face bit on it, like the fourth
On the
top
top
row.
right one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do some Google searches, Hunter, and see if you can find something cool.
I'll have
as well,
I'll have a
but,
look around and see what I want it to look like. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. All right. In the meantime,
So we all
guess
fight
there's
over the
risk.
helmet and rip Hulla's brain out.
No,
What?
no.
Why would you do such a thing?
Because we all want the helmet, and then, no.
No.
From bad to worse.
Yeah.
So,
That is so evil. They just got rid of the Psi Stone, which was causing problems, and then gave them something that basically connected to their brain and was, if removed, kills them.
I'm so sorry, Hulla. I would never have pushed for that if I'd known.
Yeah, you didn't know. Nobody knew. It's fine. It's fine. I'll get used to it. I've got a brain slug now.
And nobody knows because you're not telling us.
I'm just thinking of it as like the brain slugs from Futurama, and it's just slowly going to
It's
drain your
literally-
intelligence.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. The
Oh yeah. Hulla, as we, because we're coming around this mountain, could you do your detect item thing
I
again?
certainly can. What are you looking for?
The ring.
Oh, the ring, of course.
Yeah, we're coming by the red waters, according to the map.
Oh, I have no spell slots. Oh wait, I didn't take a long rest.
Yeah, we definitely
Don't
took a long
forget-
rest.
Yeah, and
Let's
don't
do a long
forget to
rest
add like
first.
your 10 temporary hit points.
Dakashane.
Oh, I'd forgotten that.
Good reminder.
How long does that last?
Forever.
Till you get temporary hit points, or they run out, or you long rest. The temporary HP has to be bigger than the 10 though. Has to replace it. Okay. All right. So you're coming around the mountain when she
When
we
comes,
come.
and
When we come.
then
to Red Waters, sorry.
there's a good overview of the Red Waters Lake, but it is the most frozen over out of all three lakes. There's barely a slither of water protruding.
What's the weather like this morning?
The
I know it was heavy snow
it's-
last night.
You had to ask, didn't you? So I
I'm so
rolled an
sorry.
8, and directly from heavy snow into the worst sleet storm that you can ever imagine, and it's gonna be a while too. This weather looks god awful. I don't know how you're gonna survive out here in the wilderness. When you're like hours away from everything, but it's just as you're locating object and trying to find this ring is when you are pelted with sharp, jagged chunks of ice. And immediately Andy tries to dive down from above and nestle underneath your cloak or whatever it be.
I'll put Andy in Andy's cage with a blanket over it
Mhm.
and secure it to the sled.
Okay.
We
Even then, the icicles will rip and tear through cloth, through tar, through leather. This stuff is pretty deadly. It seems as though, like a normal sleet storm, you could probably get through. You may be a few bruises, but well, some extreme ones in real life can actually knock you out the size of golf balls. This one feels like razor sharp knives falling from the sky, and they cut and they slice through you.
Oof.
Every time, every moment you're out in the rain, you effectively take a d4 of slashing damage. It's not good.
Okay, so is there any shelter around here?
So
That's
two things. One, did the magical spell ping anything for you, Hulla? And two, why don't we take cover in between the mountains? Because we're coming around the mountain as we come.
Well, did the
Give me a
Did this map do anything?
concentration check for locate object. Yep, it's just as you're trying to get a good beat on this.
what's that? That's Constitution or Wisdom?
Yeah, that's right. Constitution saving throw. Yeah.
Constitution. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Scrap tries in vain
Look at
to
that,
activate the summer star to even just like push the weather like one like thing to make it like a blizzard instead of a sleet storm or something.
Yeah. Okay.
But
One second.
I think
It's
Are
as we
you
got to
across the
about
range
here
then?
when it hit and we're having to come back on ourselves.
Yeah, but retreating is probably a better idea than staying out in this.
No. I'm just saying when we were here is when the spell was used, which means she was closer to get a ping,
5 miles.
and then
Well,
we'd
I'll
go
be
back
honest.
on
It's
ourselves.
basically when you're waking up is when the sleet storm hits. So you'll be in a better position to get into cover if you
Yeah.
avoided going up over to the
All right.
breakwaters.
Yeah. Yeah.
That said, also it's only 5 miles, so you'll only get half the lake as well. But I'll say this: you don't detect it as of right now within those 5 miles.
Interesting. But
Darn.
yeah, we should probably go back to cover. There's a
Yeah,
little
I agree.
spot in
yeah, we
between the
can't
mountains.
risk the axe beaks and we can't risk the tents and stuff.
Right.
Okay, so getting up against the mountains is one thing. The sleet storm still does pelt down from directly above. You can see several of the trees are having branches like snapped and sheared off. The mountain sounds like a battlefield as the ice strikes the rocks. But you guys are going to have to do a little bit more than just sort of find a mountain like and stand near it. It's going to be more of an obstacle than that.
All right.
Is there any other things you have at your disposal that might just circumvent that? I'm not sure yet, but you tell me.
I mean, for the only thing that's immediately coming to mind would be using what we've got of from the bullets kiting as almost like a shield above our heads, like because that's
I was just
really
gonna
like
say-
solid.
Yeah, like I'll throw my shield.
Almost
on
like
top
an umbrella.
Yeah. On top of my own head. I don't know how big it is. It's not going to cover much, but it'll cover myself.
Wait. So
Yeah, I've
using the
also got a
chitin,
shield.
and the shields, we make a little canopy.
Mhm.
I can work with that.
On the inside of the tent, or maybe
Yeah.
on the outside of the tent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the outside of the
because
tent.
he said it could cut fabric.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
want to cut the
You
tent.
can.
So
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll get out my tinker's tools then, and we can work with that.
Yeah. And
Okay,
for maintaining the tent for any damage it takes whilst we're doing this prep, Scrap will be constantly doing mending, or as I've called it, maintenance, to basically maintain this. Yeah. I renamed all my spells to make them artificery.
Okay. Would you like to give me a Tinker Tools check? And you can also have advantage if Scrap is helping you.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Make me advantage
If you
with
need-
Tinker Tool.
If you need it, I've got 5 javelins that you can use in the construction of the
Do you wanna-
shelter.
Do you want to get? I don't mean to like keep him pausing, but do you want to give me a little bump, Hulla?
yes, I would
Yeah, I would
absolutely
ask.
love to do that.
15, it's
Okay.
not bad.
That was 2.
So we're at 18.
Oh, you pack boomed as well. 18, nice. Okay, yeah. The problem what you faced immediately was trying to pull out your tools and operate on this whilst getting absolutely hammered is nigh and impossible. Like imagine a workshop with fireworks going off. This, however, is circumvented by looking like Hulla is giving guidance. I imagine you got your shield, right? You like hold it over them as they're trying to work on this.
Well,
And
I'm
then-
adding I will eventually add the shield to part
Yeah.
of the cover itself.
I like we
okay.
we do all the chitin first, and then there's like a shield shaped hole that we add last.
as like a little hatch to like look out
Yeah.
to see if the
Yeah.
weather's.
Yeah.
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 Nice. Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah,
You
this
got
is
most of your
almost
wind break
like
from the mountains.
yeah, this is almost like the tortoise shell formation, like that the Romans and stuff would use, where you sort of slot all, or the Spartans, where you slot all the shields and stuff
Yeah,
together,
slot
except
the
this time we're
arrows.
using kites and yeah.
Okay. That said, it's not big enough to fit like a fireplace underneath, I imagine. That, and you probably
No.
smoke yourself out. But you've created a shelter that does mitigate some of this. I'm gonna say though, during that, I'm gonna roll another d4. Wow, I'm rolling high. That's nasty. So everyone, you can set your temporary HP to 2
Okay.
because it's been 2 lots of that dreadful, dreadful storm. Bits is also on 2 temporary HP. Okay. All right, that's better. So you do manage to get this up as quickly as possible. Once it's sheltering you, you just hear the hail outside, like ding, 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 hammering against the shield and chitin armor. It is holding, but you are stuck here until this abates, and that is going to take a while. I rolled an 8, which means you're here for 8 hours. The sleet storm also increases the DC of the frost save. So has anyone got a potential of failing on a DC 20?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I've only got
Okay.
15.
I think
But-
I've got 18, so if I get a 1 or a 2.
Okay. In that case, then, those who have a chance of failing can roll me a frost saving throw. And then
Oh my god, I only just made
My
it.
goodness.
let's just check.
Oh no, wait, I've got my own con on it, so yeah, 17 is my bonus.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 6 or 7 was the only one that could do it without.
Ashanti
you're
as
right. So
well,
Ashanti,
because
Or
You-
Ashanti as well. Because
you
they
won't
have
need to
like, the
worry
ring.
about rolling because you've got like the ring. So just Barry, Hulla, and Skrapp. Can you
Yeah.
roll me 7 more? But don't do them all straight after another. Like, I want to see if you fail first because that will make subsequent ones harder, which can go into a
Okay.
downward spiral. But
so we beat
Damn
the
this is
first one.
grueling. That's
Oh,
a
no.
nat
Oh,
one.
that's a natural one.
Well, you can
Oh,
guidance.
no.
Can you guidance yourself or
Oh, I
resist
can
yourself?
resistance. I can resistance myself on that one to make it a 20.
Have you got resistance?
Yeah. Yeah, I got resistance, which is worth 1 point.
6 or 7 took the boots.
Oh, you do have resistance. Okay. So
Yep.
hold on. If you roll a 1, Hulla, and you have resistance,
That makes it a 20.
You don't need to roll.
okay. So you almost don't need to roll if you're always using it on yourself, but you might have 2 fails in one. So let's just roll them anyway. So
Okay.
yeah, go again, and you're gonna have to do this 6 more times now.
Okay. Number 2.
This is number 3,
That's
isn't it?
fine. Number 3. It's good.
Now 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Number
You cuddle
4,
up to bits for extra warmth.
just barely.
Okay. Yeah, this is the
Number
next one I
5.
do.
Oh.
Oh no, that's a
There's a 2
fade.
from...
Scrap. Scrap needs resistance this time.
Number 6.
Okay.
Oh, I can give you resistance. I can give you a single point.
Yeah.
Yep,
So-
I would do that
Six,
on
five.
that.
Alright, so
Over
what?
the course of that hour, Scrap is
Yeah.
shivering. Oh my god, another nap.
Number 7. Another one at once, so I'll nut myself on number 7.
Yeah.
I can't do
On
that
number
for you
7.
number 7.
Okay. Okay.
And there's another
what-
nat
Another nat
20
20.
for me.
So, how many of you rolled scrap before you needed that resistance?
4, I
As long
think.
as it's not number 2 or number 7, then you're fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they
so-
are fine.
2,
I-
4, and 7 is taken.
Yeah. Correct.
So just for when I roll mine, because I didn't
Okay.
want to roll it in all
Yeah.
the like rolls you guys were doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I
fine.
don't
So
know
I've
how
got-
many I've rolled at this point.
That's why I didn't want to roll at the same time because I would get confused.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we had to do 8 of these in total. So I'm just gonna go back and count how many I've done. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 was Skrapp.
5.
5.
You've done 5.
So yeah.
Done 5.
So 3 more
Roll on.
for me.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead. You're good.
6,
And 7.
7. And then last one.
And 8.
Yep.
Alright. So 2, 4, and 7 is the resistance rolls.
Yes, just don't roll
Okay.
a roll of 1
So-
on those.
So I've done 1. So this is number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pelting blizzard outside. Like, bring,
Number 3.
Where's my blizzard?
3 is okay.
Yep. So
Resistance.
3 is...
3 you say? This is kind of funny.
4. 5.
Oh, 2.
Ooh.
Just barely makes it.
Okay,
6.
That's good.
last one.
7.
Oh, God.
Ooh. And then last one.
Nice.
Right.
Wow. Okay. So
Okay, we all survived.
you
Shanty's just
survived. And
watching us try and survive.
every now and again shivering,
Yeah.
and then Hulla's like, "How do you cast resistance? What is it? What does it look like?"
Oh, it looks
'Cause
like
that saved everyone.
It looks like a glow on your body, like when you're in front of a fire.
it-
That sort of reflection of the fire, and it looks like that kind of all over. Just
it
for
like
a
the-
second.
Is it like the green flames from your chapel?
Very
No,
funny.
it looks like real. It looks like real, real fire, real
Oh.
warmth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some
The
Much needed.
The healing spells all look like real fire because I've been cold before, and I know that that's a healing thing.
Yeah.
So it gives you a warm
Yeah.
flush.
During this 8-hour period, because we can't be doing anything and we're just sort of resisting the cold, Skrapp is gonna get out the bullet brain and basically start investigating it to see if they can work out what changes were made, etc. They're just being nerdy because they've got
And you-
nothing better to do.
And you know what I'm
So-
probably going to do? I'm going to fix some
Oh.
things.
So as Ceramorphosis turns the aberration, turns it into an aberration, and as such, when a creature is under an incredibly traumatic experience, such as in the case of death, what will happen is the mind's power will implode on itself, forming into a crystallized, petrified husk. And that is exactly why the crystal was in the shape it was, like that geode. That
Okay.
was the Mind Flayer's brain that entire time.
Right.
And it was confirmed by the little Ceramorphous
Yeah.
gnomes.
So does that
That
mean I
told you,
find
yeah, that's-
one in here?
Yep, you have another, but this one's a bullet side crystal. But it's not
Okay.
quite the same makeup. It's not like connected to the hive mind either. But it is a form of psionic crystal. Just sort of a different shape.
I mean, I'm gonna keep the. So is the crystal all that's there, or do I still have like the the brain matter around it?
You found that the brain matter would have formed and coalesced
Okay.
into that crystal. Yeah, there's nothing
Okay.
junky about it. It's mostly just a single crystal.
Yep. Okay.
And use it.
I Skrapp sort of looking at it, just like I have not prepared my equipment for scanning magical items today. So
I should also say that your madness of thinking you're the best at everything has probably vanished over the course of that long rest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... Okay, so looks like I got a replacement side crystal. That's kind of cool. Didn't think we were going to get one of those, but, you know. Might not work the same, and it's probably not going to be connected to the hive mind, so shouldn't respond in the same way, but it is from a monstrous creature, so I should probably study it further before trying to use it. Yes, that seems smart.
I don't know. Confident you would have just used it because you're
Confident
because
me?
you'd think you were the best.
I mean, I'm smart, but a smart person knows when not to take an unneeded risk.
I don't know. You would have thought that you would know better and just do it.
I mean, I do know better, that's why I'm not doing it.
What happened to you since you slept?
I don't know what you're on about. Like, I mean, do I remember being like this ultra arrogant, cocky person?
It probably faded. It probably faded over a length of time that you didn't notice the change. But for everyone else who maybe has just seen you in the moment from last night, yeah, they see a radical change. But
Like,
for you, it's
I
been
mean,
slow and subtle.
Like the you from last night, the way they were using the mending spell, to maintenance spell as you kept calling it,
yeah.
to make things go so smoothly, was just like they had no problems about them in doing anything. But I'm not sure I would. I think I'd be more concerned with the you now than the you last night.
So, if it'd been me last night going to willingly use this, you would have been okay with me using it, but because I'm not the me from last night, you are agreeing with me that it should be studied further before it's used?
No, I'm saying there's more self-doubt in you than there was last night.
I mean, it's not so much self-doubt, it's something I don't know the full details of, so I'm not just going to jump into it. I
mean, I'm not the only one in thinking this, right? She's
No,
changed.
She definitely was acting very well, not strangely, but like more exaggerated in her confidence in herself. I would say rude, but it was
I mean,
well, a little bit rude, I guess.
I mean, if I was
Say something about the dwarves.
Yeah, you kind
Probably
of
went very
insulted me.
well.
You did kind of insult me, but it came off really confidently.
I'm not great with people at the best of times. I mean, I tend to get on well with, as I've said, with the shorter folk, so dwarves, gnomes, or really tall folk like giants. I tend to get on well with giants. But then again, I was raised by giants, so that probably makes sense.
I'll put it this way: you insulted the race that I am, but I almost dismissed it because of how confidently you put it across.
Confidence is everything.
Like, Skrapp's just like, so I was so confident I managed to make you agree with me being disparaging of your entire race.
Yeah, I almost felt like maybe it wasn't me that's stupid, but maybe I was born into it.
It's not my fault, man.
I mean, as I think I remember saying, like, dwarves are really good at certain things, just not other things. Like, I've never met You're, to be honest, one of the first dwarves I've seen that's really interested in, like, the intricate tinkering of stuff, more than, making weapons and armor. Which I suppose is a tinkering in its own way, but it's, like, less precise.
I don't know. I just like the way things work when they go back together.
Hey, you do you. I mean, I like making new things, you like fixing old things.
Most of the time, it doesn't make sense how it works. It's just... things just seem to fit well when they're in my hands.
Well, maybe you've just got a gift, I guess. Did I insult anyone else? Like, I didn't, insult all half-orcs or something, did I?
Well, you sort of insulted everybody on the planet except for yourself. Like all races, kind of generally. Some of them more specifically. Us in particular, you said our lives were not worth your life, and
I mean, it kind of worked into it because you put enough self-doubt in us that we convinced them that all races were dull.
it did sort of work. Yeah.
I
In that
mean-
case, we wanted to encourage the aliens to think that we were
Yes,
not worth.
that was my plan the entire time.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I did find out I'm not from this plane of existence, though, so that's kind of thrown me a bit.
Not from
Technically,
this
you're
plane.
an alien.
Yeah.
Like you're from what, like the dream plane or the God's plane?
I'm from a place they called it the Veiled World.
The real aliens are the ones we made along the way.
Which could also be where Spellix is from, which is probably why, like, I'm smarter than the average kobold, I guess.
So
I said average, specifically.
So is that a world where everybody gets married then?
I don't really remember a lot. I just remember working on my projects I remember my parents. I remember working on my projects. I remember having this idea for a revolution.
I mean,
It's in my blueprints.
I just mean, like, why else would it be called the Veiled World?
Well, seemingly it's hidden and you can only get to it when it's, like, opens its iris. That's what they said. Like, I mean, space and interplanar travel is something I've not really considered. It would be a future advancement of my project, like, you know.
Wait, it's iris, as in, like, it's eye?
That's what they said. Like, I'm sort of imagining it, maybe there's, like, some interdimensional vortex and that only opens at certain times, you know, like an Eye of the Storm sort of deal.
No.
But maybe
No.
it literally has an eye, and you have to go into the eye, and it's like it's inside the world. Maybe. But I wish I knew. I mean, even if I did remember everything about my world, like, I wouldn't know what it looks like from outside my world because I've never been into, like, the stars to see it. Like, that's very advanced.
Interesting.
But I mean, the memories that you do have, your world looked like our world, right? It wasn't like, you know, a pink sky or whatever.
I mean, I felt like I wasn't from the Icewindale, but I assumed, like, I was from, like, the same sort of area, like, world. I didn't think I was from another world, so...
Like Koboldia
imagine-
or something.
Yeah, you know, like, and then... But, yeah. I mean, at least the area I'm from, I mean, I mostly lived underground, so I don't really know what the sky looks like a lot of the time. Tend not to look up.
So does that mean kobolds as a race are all aliens?
A good question.
It's a fantastic question. I mean, I suppose I am, though aliens are just from another world, whereas I think I'm from another dimension. So I don't know if alien's the right term. But then again, alien can also, like, from another place, so...
Right.
Yeah, so it probably is the right term, but... Alien just makes me think, like, yo, I'm from Mars or something, or... whatever the other planets are in the D&D universe, because I've got no clue at that point.
Anyway,
There isn't really planetoids, but rather spheres, crystal spheres. But anyway,
Anyway.
that's getting into a whole thing.
Anyway, I've got these to finish up anyway. As I continue tinkering.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright, so that grueling sleet storm finally finishes, and after 8 hours of huddled around together, sheltered under this, you start to hear the tippy tap of the massive chunks of ice kind of they get smaller and smaller, is basically what I'm saying, into the tiny little flakes of snow, and you poke your head out of the little the little hatch, and it is just reduced to heavy snow now. It is safe to travel once again. And you
Yeah.
imagine if you were not prepared, and if you did not have the shelter, then most adventuring parties would simply just perish from simply the weather. A testament, I guess, to Oriel's power and influence in this realm. But
Well,
you say you want to continue on to the Cackling Chasm?
yeah, but it's probably later now, isn't it? Like
Yeah,
we had 8
it is
hours.
late.
Yeah, as
It
we
is.
pass the other half of the Redwaters, would you want to try locating again, or
You could try again.
for the other
Yeah,
half?
we're passing through on the other half, so yeah.
I mean, I'm wondering if at this point, rather than us heading there and trying to deal with it in the night, if maybe we swing up to like East Haven and then go from there to the Cackling Chasm tomorrow, hopefully better weather. Because we've already wasted 8 hours, and then by the time we get to the Cackling Chasm, it's going to be a bit later, and then we'll be out in the rough again, and we don't know what the weather's going to be
Yeah,
like.
we could restock on rations, and I
Yeah.
could stand to buy a few more javelins.
Yes. And
It's
who
going to be a
knows if
total of 16 miles to the Cackling Chasm. And that's after 8 hours. So it's about the same distance from Targos to East Haven. So let me just check travel times.
I mean,
Targos to East Haven is like 9.5. Actually, call it 9 hours. Half that to 4.5.
Yeah,
So
Mayb-
if you woke up at 8, and then it's 8 o'clock. Sorry, 8 o'clock plus 8.
B4 in the
Okay,
afternoon.
and then another 4.5. So 8 o'clock. It's like 8. And yeah, it's 8:30 p.m. by the time you would get to Cackling Chasm.
Yeah, so I think it's best to retreat to East Haven and then continue from there.
yeah, it'd be a very good point to take a IRL rest.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
and who knows?
well
I
then-
mean, if I was Geist, that would be the town I would probably go to try to rejoin you guys.
Before we
So
close
would-
up, let
And
me
you wanna
let
do-
me cast locate object.
Okay.
Is that a hint?
Not necessarily.
No, that was just
me
Okay.
making an offhand
Well, if
comment.
that's the case, you're going this direction and around Red Waters, kind of giving you the full berth of the lake, and you would gain a ping somewhere about halfway through your
Oh,
travels.
ooh.
You
Ooh.
feel a metallic ting sound in your head, much like a ring hitting like a tuning fork.
Okay. And let me see. I can tell the direction it's in.
Yes. Can you? That's a good
I
question.
don't know. You sense the direction of the object's location as long as it's within 1,000 feet. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. So, what
Yeah.
am I getting in terms of where it is
Direction? It is down beneath the ice.
beneath the ice?
Yeah,
it's in
probably
red
sunk to
in
the
red
bottom.
waters.
Yeah, it's probably sunk all the way to the bottom as well. Or actually,
Can she get enough of
there's a
a
moment.
direction to send a seal down to get it?
Okay.
If we
Yeah,
pull a seal or a walrus?
Mm-hmm.
Have you got one?
I mean, we can try
we
that.
got the three
We can
bags.
call up the animals. Let's see.
I mean, it either has to be a seal or a knucklehead, and it would be very
Or-
ironic if I pull
Or
a
a
knucklehead
walrus.
or a walrus. But it'd be very ironic if I pull a knucklehead.
Well,
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
pull all
how
three.
are
We're
we
about to
gonna-
rest, so
Let's see.
We know, but this is only just giving us the
Walrus.
fact that it's in these waters. It could be within anywhere.
Well, that's why I was asking
Mhm.
if you could pinpoint
No.
it exactly.
I can't have a
Oh, we
walrus
can't.
again, so.
No.
Nope, no double walrus for you.
Polar bear.
Oh, polar bears are also swimmers. So you got two.
And they dive down to
You
the
have
bottom
got-
of a lake. I mean, I know they can dive somewhat.
I mean, they've got a
I imagine a
30-foot
walrus
swim
can,
speed.
because they can hold their breath for 10 minutes.
Yeah, well. We could send the polar bear anyway, and if they float
Polar
up to the
bears
top
can
of the
hold
water.
Yeah, polar bears can hold their breath for a surprisingly long time, I think.
I'll send them both.
And even if they can't, the polar bear could just hunt some knucklehead for us whilst we're waiting, and then we got some more stuff to sell.
Yeah. I'll send them both.
Okay. So,
Well, we'll go out to wherever the ping is, where Hulla's like, yeah, it's directly below us.
Yep.
all right. Polar bear and walrus are gonna make me little
I choose you. Oh no, you're not good for this.
strength checks. Pretty good. And I'm gonna say polar bear with disadvantage. Okay, the polar bear is not quick enough to catch these fish who are just swimming around in the water, but you send the polar bear in, and immediately you feel like the ring is moving. And it's moving away from your location. And the walrus gives chase and gets a 20 on its strength check to swim through the water and catch up to this thing. And, well, you can roll 1, 2, 3, 4. You can roll 4d100s, Barry. As when this walrus comes back to the surface, it plops down onto the ground 4 knucklehead trout.
Oh, this is going to be a 99.
Oh my god! It came within an inch of catching the right trout, but it's
Oh
no
my
cigar.
God.
You're like almost certain this is it. This is the one, but cutting all of them open.
Huh.
Damn.
Well, there's
You
a
have to roll
ring in.
100?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a ring in that one, but it's not the right ring.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. It's so close. You want to have them
Well,
dive
we
down
got-
again? This is after an hour.
We got 4 lots of scrimshaw, so
Yeah, and 4 knuckleheads we can either eat or sell.
yeah. So, right, let's send the walrus back down. We're not in a rush.
Oh my god. All right.
We're here.
Walrus
Might as well.
dives back down. Okay, this time he comes back with 2 knucklehead trout.
This is the rest of the session.
Just fishing for that 100.
Oh,
Comes
Fine.
close again, but this knucklehead trout keeps evading them, and then the walrus comes back, is panting a bit, like,
Give it one more shot. I feel like the
Yeah,
walrus has got one more round in it.
Yeah, and then maybe we come back. We know it's in the red waters now.
It goes back in again.
Another 2.
Another 2, yeah.
We need to be
56.
guiding this thing.
I wish we
Yeah,
could.
I don't think you'll be in range for guidance. Again, the
Oh
94,
my
like, really
God.
close.
God.
It's coming close to this thing every time, but...
Did she guidance his roll?
Yeah, the walrus.
No.
Walrus is in, like, the 99.
No, the roll to see if can she guidance the 94 or the 99?
No, that's not a check. That's just a random fate dice,
Yeah, we'll make.
unfortunately.
Okay.
So that 99 was 100.
Yeah, if you go over, that's it. It's back to 1 again. No, it's unfortunate. This thing cannot keep up with this damn knucklehead trout. It's almost as if the ring is giving it some supernatural evasion.
Oh,
Nah, I'm
God,
just
it's
kidding. It's not
actually
a ring of evasion.
If it was a ring of evasion, that would be hilarious. Like,
Imagine. Or it's a ring of 3 wishes, and the knucklehead trout has wished that it'll never be caught. So, that could be
so
funny.
then we need another wish. to create
unwish that
a
one.
thing that or
Mhm.
to create that permanent loop so the walrus is like it can never not catch its
Yeah.
prey.
Right.
Because
Well,
I think there's a hare and a hound.
we
I
spent a
think, in
good
things.
3 hours here, chilling, waiting for this thing to come back with the ring, but to no avail. And it's about that time when you'd want to go on to East Haven anyway.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
getting on to like 8, 9 o'clock.
So fishing session next session.
Thanks.
We'll spend as long as we
will.
have to. We know where it is. We know
Mhm.
where the waters are.
We can keep coming back.
You can keep going.
Whenever we have
there's nothing
downtime.
stopping you.
Yeah.
Whenever we have downtime, we go back to. Is it still Deathmead now? Did we solve that problem? Are they
Sure,
still
did we?
making?
No, they're not. I'm almost sure we solved that problem.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you for playing, and thanks for any viewers watching, and we will see you all next week. Wait, are we playing next week, or are we on a break?
I think we're playing next week.
We're on next week? Cool. Yeah, we are. Just remembered. Cool. So hopefully returning with the Cackling Chasm, slaughtering some gnolls, and then we'll see if the pie decide to trek on to try and find where 607 went. But for now, we'll sign off here.
Bye for now.
No luck tonight. Maybe next time we'll get that ring. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.